morning. Let's see how far we can go tonight. And the first thing we need to do is check our studio and see if there's a connection after all that's happened. If there's not, we have a disaster, but okay, it seems that everything is working. Now we're going to check to see if that hits with the YouTube. And if that does, that helps immensely. You might hear an echo here. If there's there not, we are, and taking care of that. Everybody upvote immediately, and we will now check with the email and see if we've gotten the notification that we are live. So it looks like everything has clicked so far. There's one more thing to find out. We're going to conduct the infinite call. We're going to conduct the audio. All right. And we're going to hope people respond. And we're going to see if anyone can hear me. That's the most important thing. Can anyone hear me? And do respond. Let's get you on the studio here. All right, and going to live stream. T Tank Berry says, "Good evening, loud and clear, brother. Support Douglas Dietrich. Okay, love and hugs to Tank Berry. Okay. Oh man. Okay. Okay, and get that down in there. And is anybody responding? Okay, we're going to go back to the call, see if that's the case. Okay, make that larger. Okay. Wow, only Holly Kiefer is left on the call, if she responds at all. So no one has responded. All right, that's bizarre. And we're going to hope somebody responds with the next call. Let's try this again. Okay, and okay. And if it doesn't work the second time, I'll have to give him a call on the cell phone. Let me reach for that while this is ringing. And there he goes. Okay, give me a second to put my earbuds back in.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. So tell me if you're ready to do the blurb, or do you need a few moments?
I think I can do it.
Okay, take your time and go at it. Thank you so much for being here as always, and it wouldn't be possible without you. Okay, while you tend to that, I'll do a little.
Or maybe give me 30 seconds. Unless are you good? Are you there?
Oh, sure, I can give you 30 seconds. And so I'd like to remind everyone that well, tonight, as promised, I'll try and get our way back to espionage, talking about psychic talents, or rather savants, savancy, exploited in espionage. Will, of course, segue our way back there by talking about current events. We, of course, acknowledge the suffering of the victims of both Bondi Beach and Brown University, and we wish everyone to... Okay, Holly's trying to call, but she should know by now that I can't answer the call. It'll take me off this call, so we'll just call her again. So let's see if we can add her to the call here. I'll go to people, and then we press her again. Here we are, and there we go. Request to join. Okay, and hopefully that brings her on.
Hey, I'm here.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Hi.
So, of course,
Please, I'm the best you can do.
Well, we have dear Aristides with us, thank goodness, and
very good.
Yeah, we do miss Troy Bellamy, who came on the other night and just left without saying a word. So we hope his feelings aren't hurt and that he rejoins us. Matter of fact, I'll just pressure him again and request him to join as well, see if he responds.
Yes.
But that aside,
what did you say?
Yeah, nothing I can remember that was of any substance. But concerning him, that is, or something that would hurt his feelings. But we'll say that Aristides is the Rock of Gibraltar for us. I can't even get that out. So it's been a hell of a time. You have no idea, but we'll describe a little bit maybe as the night progresses. I do want people to know it's been a personal apocalypse here, and that as a result, I need to concentrate on taking care of my sleep deficit. Even though I've done so to an extent, I now have to recover from what's a bit of a cold. And this has been caught because I had to open up the windows, which you have no idea how cold it is here. When I was taking my allergy shot the other day, the nurse says, "Yeah, it's cold, comparatively." And of course, she's comparing us to other states where the snow is 6 inches deep or whatever. And there's just no point in talking to her about it, though they've gradually at the allergy clinic been getting more and more of an idea of how I subsist or barely exist. I don't think anyone can really grasp what my subsistence is like. There is no functional plumbing here. The end result was that the single pipe that is going through the entire house exploded. It was not my house, it's the house next door. So because the landlord owns the house next door, meaning not my landlord, but the actual owner of the house, but they're not really a landlord since they're not renting. The occupants of that house own that house, and it's a family. And the father took it upon himself to repair the breach. Now, this isn't just any breach. In San Francisco, the sewers are ancient. They're irreparable. We have sewers as old as Venice here, as old as Geneva, Switzerland, or some shit like that. Honestly, all the sewage system that was built from the Barbary Coast gold rush has never been modernized. It can't be because we are on a peninsula and there's no room for expansion. And so you just take care of the pipes one explosion at a time. Well, the pipes next door exploded, and so they've had to dismantle the sidewalk. This is a private company. It's not the city. He had to employ a private company of people to dismantle the sidewalk in front of what is effectively my home, because our homes are so close. They're flush against one another like housing tenements in England, that tearing up that part of the sidewalk tears up my part of the sidewalk. So anybody trying to enter my home, including myself, or exit it, has to literally walk the plank across an open sewer. So while this happened, I had to call Comcast because simultaneously, no accident, my modem was killed. So my modem died and I had to get a new modem. So Comcast had to send a technician. Now, this death of my modem happened literally in the middle of the night because I do work at night. This was after my latest episode, so I did not sleep. I had not slept for days before my latest episode. I did not sleep for days after my latest episode. So we'll be on for not too long tonight and just basically talk about geopolitics. Again, we just acknowledge the victims of Brown University and Bondi Beach. That's all that needs to be said about them. You've got plenty of other sources to hear about the horrors of whatever happened. Indeed, it's so common that it's merely an act of chaos to distract you from the geopolitics, which are profound. You have no idea how profound the changes in geopolitics are. That's one of the things I discussed with the Comcast technician. And of course, I was forced to clean up various areas of my hallway just to have him gain access to what our man Brendan Zogit was willing to walk over and crawl through to in order to gain access. This man had no such forewarning and did not know about my subsistence as a vampire who essentially sleeps in a coffin, for lack of a better word, and therefore had to make the area as accessible to him as possible. Now, all credit to Comcast. When I called them at 4 a.m. in the morning, a young lady who spoke perfect English answered and worked with me for an hour and a half to restart the old modem, concluding the old modem could not be restarted and that my password had been changed. So in order to reestablish any functionality, she had to send a technician over, and a technician had to bring a new modem. It turned out that technician was Palestinian, and we wound up talking for hours. But I had to maintain the windows open just so he wouldn't choke to death or gag to death on the smell of shit from the open sewer. So literally, we had an open sewer which had just just the smell of the shit was cloying, and it's everyone's shit that in this piled up section or intersection of the sewer that had to be exposed so that it could be dealt with. Anyhow, the guy who owns the building next door is putting those laborers' kids through college. And of course, the guy told me, well, you need this done on your end. I said, you don't need to sell me. I'd
Yeah.
have you working there, the same time you're doing this guy. If I could help it, it's the landlady that has to be contacted. And yeah, again, this bodes ill for the future. This is going to happen again. It's going to happen to my home, which means shit's going to come plumping out of my sink and my bathtub, as well as the toilet, because it's all the same fucking pipe. And my sink is already gurgling, which goes straight to the sewer that will only get transitional relief from their working next door. So that would buy me some time to further clear the hallway and then call in the landlady with what will I can't imagine how she'll react. To when she sees, she'll have to talk to the guy next door, find out what he paid. That's like whatever rent I paid all year, that won't even cover it. Whatever, I don't even know if they're paying rent upstairs because the relations of hers. So she's going to be paying out of pocket and putting that guy's kids through college further. They can afford to have second families. So there we have that. That with the modem dying, which again was no accident. There's no way the modem would simply die while that was ongoing. It's because we know this was intentional because the password was changed. So we had to get a technician to fix all that. Again, turned out he was Palestinian. I'm not going to give his name out simply to protect him from any assaults or any harassment from the enemy. But we spoke for a long while he was here, and he had an incredible tolerance for my situation and did bring up the fact that, of course, we discussed the horrors of Palestine without dismissing them at all in any way whatsoever. They're beyond words. But he said that growing up, he grew up in the West Bank, and he said growing up in the West Bank, even with all the horrors of Jewish occupation, or as he insisted, using the term Zionist occupation, which is a correct way of saying it politically, but really, we need to be honest. The Jewish occupation of Palestine is cuts to the bone of what the problem is, and but he pointed out that growing up in the West Bank, he's seen the quality of life there as being higher than the quality of life in San Francisco. He understood that when you see the tent cities in San Francisco and the like, you just don't have phenomena like that in Palestine. You have those in the Gaza Strip, where, of course, you simply still don't get the quality of life dive that you do in San Francisco. Barring the bombing, the machine gunning, the massacres, the robot dogs with the flamethrowers, and I'm not kidding or exaggerating that at all. I've gone into this in depth in the past. Barring all of these horrors and actual extermination elements that will, of course, nothing can sink below these efforts to eradicate human race in a part of the world just for the sake of greed and casino development and real estate partnership with the Americans. Nothing could go below that, but such having been qualified, the sense of family and familial bonding among the Palestinians, even in the Gaza Strip, in their worst days of being forced to stand in bread lines and soup lines, where they're massacred, etc., they still help each other so you don't get the dive into the individual atomized tent city phenomena you do in California or San Francisco specifically. So we did agree with each other on that. San Francisco, it sinks beneath Gaza Strip in some regards. And so when I have a nurse telling me, oh, well, comparatively speaking, yeah, I guess it's cold here. I didn't have a chance to sit down and tell her because she's got other patients to deal with. And what business is it of mine to try and educate this person individually? What good would it do? But for all of you listening, you can drown in a few inches of water. You can drown in a bowl of soup if you happen to lose consciousness, have a blackout, and fall face first into a bowl of soup, or you're going to drown. It doesn't matter how deep the water is. It's like saying, "Oh, this guy drowned out at sea. Is that somehow worse than the guy who wanders home, gets hit by frostbite in the midst of his alcoholic stupor and falls face first to the ground and drowns in a few inches of water?" Which is exactly how the man who raised the flag at Iwo Jima died. The Congressional Medal of Honor winner, who was a Native American, who was given no employment opportunities on returning home and got pig-faced drunk every night to deal with his post-traumatic stress disorder, and fell down face first into a puddle of mud, which was only a few centimeters deep, and drowned. So it doesn't matter how cold it is, less cold it is in San Francisco than it is in Montana. You don't need 6 inches of snow. If my electric blanket fails here, I die. I am camping to all intents and purposes. I am living the life of someone inside of a tent here in San Francisco. So believe me, your financial support is needed. And the people who attack my livelihood are definitively, with every element of their efforts, attempting to kill me. So always remember that and bear that in mind, is that I suffer assassination attempts every fucking day. And the only way I can call out is through the cell phone, through the internet, for help. So they killed that communication. And only through my cell phone did Comcast respond. And the fact that they responded immediately, and I mean immediately, when that girl worked with me for 1.5 hours, she said, because your password was changed without your input, it'll take 2 hours for the system to deal with it. So I had to just go to sleep for an hour and a half and wait for the technician to show up. I had my alarm set so that I could wake up and report that the modem did not come on, despite the system's efforts to work through that password change. And then as a result, I had to recontact Comcast, have them then contact a technician, who was then dispatched to my home immediately. So by the time the technician got here, it was 8 a.m. And so remember, the modem died at 4 a.m. Technician got here around 8 a.m. For a organization the size of Comcast, that level of response is incredible. It's like literally like the flash of an eye, the blink of an eye, that they responded. And all credit, as far as I'm concerned, they're an honorary member of Team Dietrich. Forget honorary; they're a foundational member of Team Dietrich. Obviously, none of this would be possible without their services, and they do their best to make their services continue. So, whatever one has to complain about corporations, you have no right to complain about Comcast in front of me. Remember, I'm also on their budget program, which is what they replaced the federal program with privately. So when the feds cut off the affordability program for internet access, Comcast, having an entire department devoted to servicing people through that, just rendered it a private deal on their own part, so that they could provide that for their clients. So I'm still on an affordability program that's a little higher than what the government charged. But whereas when I was on the government affordability program and it was around $5 a month, I'm only paying like around $15 a month now. So despite being on an affordability program and still receiving that level of service, corporations can be the good guys, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Of course, think of my son's husband. Think about people out there who would, without certain corporations, you'd have no hope at all. But such being said, turning back to Holly, just say hi to everyone. Give us how long do we have with you?
I was going to say quickly, you've praised Comcast before.
Yes. Yeah.
For their excellent response. So that is good to know that there is a decent one out there.
Yes. Yeah. At least by my experience. And
yeah. Every time.
Yes.
You've always said they did just right. So that's impressive.
Yes.
What a hideous time you've had of it. God.
Yeah. So
that's a whole bunch of crazy.
Yeah, I tried to sleep all day yesterday, but of course my natural biorhythms, I wake up in the middle of my diurnal dysrhythmia and then go back to sleep again. But I'll certainly be trying to go straight to sleep after transmission tonight. So we're gonna try and hit midnight and close shortly thereafter. But we'll strive to reach at least midnight my time, which would be, about 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning Eastern seaboard. But dear Holly, how much time do we have with you before Aristides? Should Aristides do his blurb now or after you've spoken? Because if you're,
No, he certainly can. He certainly can.
you
That'll
can
give
be
me a
with
chance
us.
to review my notes. Yeah.
Okay, good, good. So
Yeah, he
Aristides,
certainly can.
give us a short, intensive blurb, and then we'll turn towards Holly. But obviously, also yourself, Aristides, bring to our attention anything you feel needs to have attention brought thereunto. Take it away, if you'd be so
Right.
kind. Thank you.
A short, intensive blurb. Right. Very good.
and there are a few footnotes tonight, but they're not much. Just
Right. Okay. So, how many electric blankets do you have that work?
I have one that I've used that's miraculously lasted forever. It's a Brookstone, and it's the quality brand. There's another backup one sent by Samuel Romero that's waiting in the
Okay.
wings if this dies, and there should be one more after that. So I've got two spares.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
All right.
Thank
Well,
you for
good.
asking. Yeah.
Good. You have a spare because you
Yeah.
could be one electric blanket away from
let
certain death.
me tell people this is no exaggeration. When I go to the bathroom, no matter what time of the day it is, my breath is visible in the mirror. I can see my breath when I breathe. So this is how cold it is in here. Also, the Meals on Wheels that are delivered, I forgot to put it in the refrigerator. It doesn't matter. It's still solid, rock solid frozen. That's how cold it is in here. The whole place. When I went to shop for Coke and beer early in the morning at 8 o'clock this morning, when the local Searchlight Market opened on the corner of Russian Hill and Union Street, the refrigerator in there was warmer than the ambient air outside, which both the owner of, or the young man managing the store that day, he's Chinese, the owners are Korean, but he agreed with me. We both found it warmer in the open refrigerator than it was outside. That's how fucking cold it is. If anyone's homeless out there, they're not surviving the night. So if anyone thinks that our mayor, the new mayor, has cleaned up San Francisco, it ain't his doing, people. It's the weather. They're just picking up bodies the next day every morning and putting them in the morgues, which must be full to the brim. I don't know where they're putting all the extra bodies. They couldn't have that much space. But back to Aristides, now that we've contextualized that.
Oh, right. Let me get right to it. Well, luckily for now, Douglas has an electric blanket and a spare or two, but he is always very, very close to, having nothing, so to speak. So, and you can help that by contributing to him financially via PayPal. And we will put the link to that in the chat right now. You don't ever need the link, though. You just need to remember that Douglas is on PayPal. His name is Douglas Dietrich, which you could search and find him and make sure it's his little profile pic there. Or just go to PayPal and search Douglas D. Dietrich, and you will find his account, all one word, and it's the same as the front thumbnail show poster for today. He's always got that there, and his website. The Douglas D. Dietrich, there is how you get there. And when you get there, send him a bunch of money, everything that
you got.
You can afford. Because, most of us take for granted things like heat and functioning plumbing. And, Douglas doesn't always have those things. So he needs your help to.
In fact, I never do. There's no
Yeah.
heat at all in here, and no plumbing. But
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, right. And I mean, you're not gonna because because what are they gonna But he needs things like electric blankets and decent food and whatnot. So please do support through the PayPal. Whatever you can afford once, or even set up a recurring payment if possible, or whatever they call that, automated, perhaps monthly. And where are we at in the month? Well, it's halfway through. Oh, and of course, do not forget the spirit of holiday giving, especially for Douglas. So is that time of the year, right, where we all share and show our generosity and appreciation, right? So you can do that right here via PayPal or other methods if that doesn't work for you, but you should not need to have a PayPal account to do that. I think there is a spot to click and just be able to send it with a credit card without logging in. Other than that, if you have another way you would like to insist on paying, you can contact Douglas. He's happy to give his email out, or you can put it right in the chat and figure that out. I'll give you his address. You can send a check or money order, anything, a kilogram of gold, whatever you have laying around, whatever you have, whatever you can. So that is the most important thing. Other than that, if you can't contribute, then distribute, right?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Spread the word. Thank you.
I wrote it down.
Thank you. Excellent.
Yeah, and let's talk about ways you can do that. So, well, first you can like and subscribe, as everybody says. So hit that thumbs up, upvote there, the ubiquitous like button. There are those that hit the downvote, the dislike. YouTube does not show them, but they do affect the algorithm, even though they're not shown. And the algorithm affects how Douglas's reach, so to speak, how likely he is to be come up high in search results or be part of suggested content, whether people are looking for him or not, or maybe just looking for information on historical events. They might search, and they should be able to find him. So you want to keep that on the up and up, hit that, and then if you see a button that says subscribe, then hit it and subscribe. If it's not showing you that, it may be, and you know that you already subscribed in the past, you should be sure to check occasionally that you still are. For me, it doesn't display at the show window anymore. I think they changed that. It's just as part of YouTube. But if you go to the main channel, don't click out of here right now. But there it'll show you subscribe. So make sure you check that there. And then the little bell icon, the notification bell. If you click that, it'll give you some options on notifications. I usually don't look at that, but in this case I am. All, personalized, none. So for Douglas, you want to hit all, right? Otherwise, it'll the default is personalized, which means it kind of like it figures out, it occasionally, or sends you. You want to hit all. So although before I had hit all, it was still notifying me of everyone. I don't know. Anyway, but no guarantees there. And that'll pop up a little thing on your device that you do that from, and so that are reminded and can click there directly to join. That is very handy. I use that myself. So please do that. And basically, at some point or another, consider clicking all of the buttons there. The share, which will generate, if it's visible to you on your device, it'll generate a link there. It'll pop up a thing to generate a link to share the program. Would prefer that because it knows you clicked that button. Is again the algorithm, but if that's not there, you can just always copy it right out of the browser address bar and paste it wherever you need to. In your favorite chat, in your least favorite chat, in a company-wide email, at your work. Okay, don't actually do that, but unless you want to. If your job's that cool where you can do that, we commend you, and then please do that. But don't put yourself in any personal, position. Maybe share it with a few select coworkers. How about that? who are ready to just have their mind just ripped open and turned inside out by all of the knowledge and just incredible revelations that you're gonna hear here. So yep, you can do that. There might be a button that says clip. You can cut out like a 1-minute little teaser clip that will be sent on your behalf, but it should link to his channel. The PC, at least, during the replay, which is not the live now, but after the live is over and you are replaying or listening to it afterwards, you can right-click on the window, and generate a link at the time that you're listening. So if you're in replay, listening to this in replay, and it gets to an interesting subject or a topic, which often happens, of course, and you want to send that point in time to someone, that is a way to do that. Just right-click on the window, and it'll attach a timestamp basically to the link for the show, and the person clicks on it, gets them right to that point. So it's no futzing around. It just boom, gets them right there. Otherwise, if you can't do that, you can always just send them the main link and say, hey, be sure to go do this or that time. But anything makes it easy these days in this age of electronic convenience, right?
Yes.
It's like, if you can't just click, and it's like, if you're not clicking and getting your whatever your neurons satisfied within like 3 to 5 seconds, it's like, dear God, this is like, this is the Stone Age, it's like. Okay, yeah, share the link to the show. All the to do basically all those functions, you need to be signed into YouTube. Unfortunately, if you have a Gmail, that will do it, because it's the same company now. If not, click make an account, or see if you have an account. If it says if you lost your password, you didn't even know you had an account, just say yeah. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Maybe you had one. You can get that going again, or just create an all new account, because everybody's got a Gmail laying around somewhere that they made for something, and then once you've done that and you're logged in, you have your little icon up in the corner, or you can make one. You can check out the menu there. Make sure you will see among the things there an option for restricted mode. Make sure that it's off. If that is on, that means your mommy and daddy turned it on, so that you don't hear scary adult stuff. And if that does not describe you and you're an adult, then it should be off. If you're not quite 18, I guess we forgive you. We suggest you ask your parents' permission, and also ask them for their login to their PayPal account, and whatever balance is there, send the entire balance to Douglas D. Dietrich. Because that's what they deserve for their bad judgment for allowing a minor on the internet. Right. Okay. So otherwise, in your little account menu there, you might see things that says switch account. That does not actually pertain to other accounts. Actually, they should call it like switch channel or something. And what that means is you can make channels underneath your main account, which are publication channels. An account is just to sign in. But then if you want to actually publish stuff, people usually create one or more channels that have a different name, whatever name you want. And the cool thing is each one of those can do its own upvoting of the content. So I just real quick kind of switch between there, because you can just make a dummy channel. You don't have to put anything on it. You can if you want, but then you can switch between, do extra upvotes, and then make sure you switch back to your main account you want to interact with, especially if you're going to speak in the chat. The chat may, depending on your device, replay if you're listening to this in replay, but during replay or after live, the comments will enable below the window. They're not enabled now, but when that happens, Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his crucial PayPal and website info, etc. Upvote that also, and that is important, because if that is downvoted and not upvoted, it may be disappeared by YouTube. So please check that out. Upvote any other positive comments. Feel free to leave a comment of your own. That especially would probably show the algorithm that this content is popular and other people need to see it, or hear it rather, even though it's a video. Anyway, so wrapping up here, the program title here, I think there's, 100 characters that are allowed. Douglas always fills them up because he's got so much to talk about. And even then, there's not enough room. So if you see a little asterisk, this refers to footnotes that will be in the program description below. So if if it says, expand or show more, or, expand the whole description there, you will then, that will link to spots there with the little, the cross. What is that? What is it called? The cross.
The obelisk.
Yeah.
Obelisk. Yes.
So right. So it's a little character that looks like a cross, but it's not quite.
It's also called the dagger footnote. Also called the dagger footnote.
Right. Okay. We'll call them dagger foot. There's a proper name that was mentioned. Are they? I'm looking for them here. Did you use them in this?
No dagger footnotes. It's just the asterisks. The asterisks lead to just the title of the text.
Okay.
In the main text, like I said.
If it gets large enough, he will break it out. He will itemize his footnotes there.
Right.
And okay, so that refers to stuff in the description that you should check out. Things Douglas wants to acknowledge as of this program. Historical, events. Every day is an anniversary of something of significance in history.
Yes.
And so anniversaries and other holidays. Douglas acknowledges holidays from many different cultures. It is a true multicultural experience here, always. So if you need credits for multicultural training in any respect, at work or whatever, tell them that you listen to Douglas Dietrich and you've fulfilled that requirement, and they should too. So there you go. What else? What else is there? I think that's about. Let me change.
That was a good one.
That was
a good one there,
that was wonderful.
Thanks. All right. I'll let you get to it. I'll stop bullshitting there. Send out your money. All right, please. Yeah. If you like your shorter blurbs in the future, send larger amounts of money, and then we'll worry about it less, and we'll talk less about it. Very large amounts of money.
Yes, and here we are. So I am answering this. The individual who has a interesting name, which is no name, they use the @ symbol so that normally the only way I can respond directly to an individual is to respond to the @ symbol name, and then it links. But they've avoided that, so they're remaining anonymous. So they're asking, how much money do you immediately need right now that I could get sent to you? Douglas, please let me know the amount so we can see what we're working with. Thank you. So I said, whatever you can spare. Quite seriously, I am attempting to raise $6,000 for surgery. So that's definitely what we're aiming for ultimately. So yes, whatever you can spare towards that. Kisses to Vicky Johnson, by the way, who says, hello, Douglas, and let me respond to her while Holly takes the stage. And thank you so much, Aristides. That was wonderful, and your dulcet tones are always music to our ears. And with that, we turn towards dearest Holly, who has a lot to talk about, I presume, and of course, people care about you personally. We hope you're doing well, Holly, as well as can be under the circumstances. Some people were dying of poison mushrooms in your area. Brandon was worried, but I told him I don't think you're one to forage.
Not mushrooms.
Good for you. Good for you.
I wish I did have better knowledge of it, and I would take walks on guided walks and tours just to see what's what. But no, I don't have the knowledge to do that now. We have chicken of the woods though, and they're supposed to be really good.
Pheasants or something?
Chicken of the woods. There's chicken of the woods and hens of the woods.
So
and they're a mushroom that looks.
These are actual fungi. The fungi.
Yeah.
Okay.
We even have lion's mane and stuff, but you don't see it often.
Okay. Is that edible or poison?
No, that's marvelous. It's supposed to be the best brain food.
Cool. Wow.
And it's a beautiful mushroom, snow white, like stalactites or ice or something. It's really freaky. And it grows up in the trees. But yeah, everything's just, kind of dying away. So that's a thing. There was something else about that. I forget now.
Well,
yeah. I forage medicinal plants here.
Great. That's incredible.
Sure. Plants, yeah.
Mhm.
and you know, even nutritious ones.
Mhm.
Because I mean, when you get right down to it, a hell of a lot is edible.
Mhm. Yeah, that's
So I just put
incredible.
stuff in the juicer. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot more than we would expect. And
Yeah. Yeah. An amazing lot.
yeah,
So that's always a nice thing.
yes.
Headlines grimmer and grimmer
Yeah.
every day. Hey, you hear about that gas line explosion up by you somewhere? Hayward or
Yes,
something? It
that's correct.
blew up a couple of houses, right? Didn't
Yes,
kill anybody, actually, but messed them
miraculously.
up. Yeah.
Hate to come home to that. Nothing like a gaping hole to come
Oh,
home to.
God. I don't know if it was PG&E doing the digging either.
Oh, yeah, did anyone need to be digging, or it could have just blown up spontaneously on its own?
They say that it was a gas line that got hit, not just a surprise like San Bruno. There was
Okay.
some work being done,
Oh my God.
which
Well,
your sewer reminded me of.
yeah, well, let's put it this way. For those of you who are asking about this, no, the sewer work did not cut my modem. That's not how it
No,
works. Yeah, so
yeah,
just totally different thing, but the attack being
yeah.
simultaneous with that, it's no accident. It's there's no way, especially with everything that we were dealing with lately concerning other attacks on the program and
Yeah.
against Brendan Zogiet, etc. But back to Holly, and
Yours was more of a stink bomb situation
no, it's well
than a
beyond that,
gas
but
line.
still, yeah,
Yeah,
well
yeah.
beyond that, but still, yeah,
A
that's
miasma.
yeah. It's just let's just put it this way. It's yeah, some other time we can go into maybe in the future I'll be able to look at it with some degree of humor. Obviously, I'm too close to the event right now to harbor any degree of handling it well. So
Yeah.
yeah. But such being said, so what about with the headlines getting grimmer as you've observed? What in particular stands out?
I did hear that lady that won Venezuela, the president, and got the Nobel Prize and everything, is a big Trump pal.
Oh my God. Well, that would explain a lot.
Yeah, yeah, it sure does. And it's like, oh, I mean, the only thing worse than a MAGA man is a MAGA woman. I think I can fairly say that.
Oh, hell yes.
So if that's what they got, they're going to be begging for Maduro back.
Oh, geez. Well, first off, I don't understand. How did she win this election? Did she win it in absentia? Because Maduro, as far as I understand, is not going to leave. So she.
Well, I think she won it and split to Oslo immediately. And that's where she's been ever since,
There you go. Okay. So,
getting her prizes and stuff.
yeah.
So, but I
Is.
thought it was an election.
Mhm.
That's my belief. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't. They just didn't pick her out of a hat to give her the Nobel Prize. You know what I mean? She won something
Uh-huh.
and took off.
Yeah.
So maybe there's some weeks or months like here, the elections in
Uh-huh.
November, but you don't get sworn in until January or something. I don't know,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
but it remains to be seen. But
Yeah.
yeah, big
Yes.
MAGA chick.
Yes.
So that's depressing
That
as
explains
fuck.
who's backing her. I don't understand then how she's getting these prizes. I mean, I'd love to make a living like that, campaign, win an election, bug out, go to some foreign country and just hang out while collecting a bunch of prizes that come with money, by the
Yeah,
way. These prizes come with an income.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
it's
And
sounds
Trump was all pissy about demanding it, and everybody was like, "Oh, Trump didn't get it. This nice lady did." And it's the next best thing, or better, because it's stealth.
Yeah, I don't think so for him. To him, that's like a bride of Frankenstein he created that
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he had the last laugh there for sure. Sure.
uh,
So I don't know, and they're seizing more tankers, I guess.
yeah. They claim that the latest one is one of these shadow tankers, part of one of these invisible fleets that has a history of smuggling. Well, that may be the case. It sounds easy enough to do and easy enough to find one of these types of merchant vessel. But
Yeah.
why weren't they doing stuff like that in the beginning? And you don't need the military for that. The Coast
I
Guard can.
mean, these little skiffs. I mean, for God's sake, they're practically rowboats.
Yes, seriously, seriously, it's disgusting. It's most certainly a war crime. It's definitively a war
Oh,
crime. Yeah,
oh,
multiplied with every act that they commit, every atrocity that they commit themselves to perpetrate. Uh,
oh, completely. And there is some kick up about it, but nobody's got any teeth in the matter, you know?
mm.
Even if they want to. I mean, it's the craziest thing since the Iraqi chemical weapons facility that broke down trailer in the desert. Remember when little George Bush rolled that out like it was real? I mean, I thought it was The Onion or something. Oh, no. No, we found it. It's just the craziest thing. It boggles the mind.
Yes, the cheap shit they pull, the cheap tricks by
I mean, it's right there.
this, yeah. So
And then you know how they won't let the states mess with the AI.
of course not. No. Oh
That's
no.
yeah.
Yeah. This
Oh
well.
no,
This.
abortion? Yeah, it's up to the states,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
not AI, baby.
This while Grok is.
Yeah.
This while Grok is glitching and spewing misinformation about the Bondi
Mhm.
Beach shooting, no less.
Oh yeah. Or being too leftist at the time.
Well, Grok.
Elon Musk is an asshole.
Yeah. Well, Grok is no left. I could. Grok is saying
No.
that. Grok is saying the Jews on the beach all killed themselves.
Oh, already. Yeah. Huh. Crisis actors.
Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
man.
Frame the poor bastard. Frame the poor bastard who they brought in. You know, or was the guy they brought in from Brown University shooting. The one thing that is of some interest here was brought to my attention by Aristides, which is that there was, of course, a Holocaust survivor among those killed in Bondi Beach. It's like it's apparently they're grandfathering these people in now. I mean,
Uh-huh.
how old must this individual be to be out there
Yeah.
on the beach? I mean, what's he doing? Showing off his pecs?
Well, in Australia, it's like one big Florida.
Yes.
So I would
Yes.
think it would have a big Jewish population.
Still, I mean, how many Holocaust survivors
Oh no, no, yeah.
going to the beach on a hot day? I mean, if you get past a certain age, just being out in the sun for a few minutes in Australia,
Oh man.
where the
Oh,
ambient
it's the height of
temperature.
summer. I don't know.
There's. How do we say this?
How would it ever feel safe anywhere, anytime again after this debacle? I mean, I can't imagine a better way to shut down any kind of stability in your own future with how
Oh,
much of the world is pissed off at them.
it's yeah, it's But by the way, again, this is not to make fun of the victims. This is nevertheless
No,
questions do need to be asked. We have every right to ask questions about what is presented about the victims by the Jewish community itself. So the Jewish community itself says there's a Holocaust survivor amongst those who are in a beach massacre. Now, without taking this analog too far, honestly, for a average person of optimal health, Australia's ambient temperature is enough to make you feel like you've stepped into an oven when you go outside in the summer. People who go to the beach are obviously going to be in very good physical shape. They're going to be showing off to each other, not even so much their bodies, but the fact that they can withstand the heat and direct exposure to sunlight, which presumably they protected themselves against with layers of sunscreen. For an older person to be risking their life like this is like something that is almost an attempt at suicide if an elderly person is to go out there and lay themselves flat out on a beach under the sun in the middle of summer in Australia, especially at those latitudes where the heat is such that, your average person's very sluggish. Australians are famous for not being the best laborers in the world. They think Americans are hard workers, which they are. Americans are. Australians normally are perceived as, well, not. And that usually comes from conserving their energy, like lizards on a rock, because the ambient temperature is like Arizona level, American Southwest level all the time, essentially. So, yeah, back to Holly with that. Yeah, so,
My
yeah.
understanding, I've not been there, but my understanding is Bondi's so overdeveloped, like Miami style,
Yeah.
with high-rise resorts and apartments that halfway through the afternoon, the sun goes behind the buildings.
Yeah.
So you never see it again.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
So
I don't know. Maybe they were in the shade by then.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe that's
Imagine doing that to a beach, though. I mean, God,
it's
so horrible.
okay. But it's definitely anything else that want to bring up, please do so. I'm multitasking for the moment, so just check. It's been suggested that I check my PayPal by our latest anonymous
Oh, good.
donor. So let's see what's in there. So we now have aside from somehow I've got okay. So this must be the wrong account. This is the one. We still have the backup of $25 sent by our dear Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother in New York City. Of course, PayPal takes its blood money, and it's about $24.91 left. So they took a few pennies out of his contribution. Let's check the other PayPal account. And while I'm doing that, Holly, please continue. Other things I'm sure that you feel could be brought to our attention or that we should be paying attention to.
I'm sad about the penny.
It's more than a penny. It's 9 cents. It's 9 cents. Yeah, that's
No,
yeah.
I'm sad the penny's going away.
About the penny. Yeah,
Like the
okay.
centavo. Yeah, long gone.
It's like whatever. I mean, it's
I
not
don't
going
know.
away. It's going away only in a theoretical sense. We're stuck with those things through all eternity. Believe me.
Yeah,
These
but
things-
nobody will take them.
well, I don't know about that. It's obviously something's going to happen where people will have to take them. Because what are they going to do? Collect them and shit? It's like I
don't know. It's one more thing.
Mhm. And
One more unnecessary problem.
yeah. And so
Yeah.
if you think that's
Hey,
enough,
I'm on the edge of my seat here.
how so? Waiting for me to
When
break
you
into that
see if
PayPal account?
Yeah, hit the jackpot or what?
Well, because of all the recent security threats, I've got to go through
Yeah.
a whole series of stupid maneuvers to get into that account. So it's going to take a while. Give it a few
Okay,
minutes
never
here.
mind.
Yeah,
Never mind.
it's horrible. But keep talking, because what I got to do is transfer this verification code into the account. So
All right.
yeah, while
Yeah,
I'm doing
blah,
that.
blah, blah. I don't have any burning urges to discuss. Time's going by so fast and the seasons are whipping around. And yes, it was so cold when I would visit San Francisco from Colorado in the summer that I would wear my winter Colorado clothes.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
how cold it was.
There we are. So this is a wonderful individual. Let's see if they don't want me to read their names aloud. Let's check if there's a message from them. Let's see if the full message shows up, and there we are. Okay, do you want to remain anonymous, or may I credit you by name, dear lady? And apparently this is a lady. Kisses to her, and all my adoration for her generous contribution. So let's take a look into chat and see if she gives me permission to read her name aloud. Here we are. check your PayPal. Good luck. 777 from Zero, who's banned by your mods and called a troll, from ours truly. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's, everyone. Kitty face, sparkling heart, wave of the hand. Well, I love you, honey, and I've always tried to be as tolerant as possible. I'm not quite sure if ours truly means myself or someone who was around at the time, but you've certainly shown that you're a generous person, and I appreciate your contribution. So the dear lady at hand has said, and I'll say this without reading the name so far. Let me go back to the account. Says, here we are. They contributed $77.70 to hit the the Aleister Crowley number. 7777, which is the Aleister Crowley's step up from 666. Anyhow, so they say note number one, 295% of the 6K are 2.95% of the 6K, more like it. Get well soon, Merry Xmas from Zero Infinity Live, one who got banned by your mods for my name alone and being called by you a troll the very same day I supported you. Keep up the good fight. YouTube chat is irrelevant. Truth is what's important. Okay, kitty face, blessing hands, and sparkling heart, and upvote, thumbs up. Anyhow, love you, honey. If you give me the permission to read your name, I'll read it out loud. Otherwise, you're just a very generous lady who was wronged. So there we are. And of course, aside from that, my gratitude is sincere, and I shouldn't go any further than that.
It's a start.
Yes, it's a start. It's a start. Yes, you're welcome aboard. Okay, and let me say welcome back. There we are. Welcome back with love and hugs. Okay, welcome back with open arms, love and hugs. So while I'm texting this out, speak some more, dear Holly. Yes, hold the stage.
Oh God. I didn't expect to come right on, but you reached out. So that's why I mostly stuck my head out. I'm looking forward to your discussion tonight, wherever it takes us. And the past couple shows, I didn't hear all, but they were really something.
Thank you.
So oh man, there's a god-awful new book in the library I just read.
Oh, really?
And it's really good. I think the guy is amazing. The Fort Bragg Cartel is the title, which kind of tells you everything.
And this is nonfiction, I take it.
Oh, yeah. Completely. And excellently well-researched, a lot of deep background, and the Delta Force and special operations worldwide narcotics racket in just the uncountable millions and millions and thousands of kilos, and it stretches all around the world, and they're all high as fuck and completely lawless because I'm not telling you anything. They're accountable to no one but themselves.
Yes.
Absolutely no one.
Yeah.
And I guess this North Carolina, Fort Bragg, is the worldwide center of that area.
Yes.
Of the services. And it's just like this blight, stretching out from the base throughout, to all around the world, but certainly in the area there. And just so much crazy. And it's a very good book. I forget his name, but the title, brand new, Fort Bragg Cartel. Thank you to my library system.
Cool.
For getting material like that. Yeah.
Very important. So
I strongly recommend it.
Yes, and I appreciate that. We need all the recommendations we can get. So I responded to dear Zero with a welcome back with love and hugs, kiss emoji, as well as starting off with the sparkling heart, plus all my gratitude. There we are. So there we go. And hopefully she keeps coming back. Mwah! Love you dearly,
Yeah.
honey. And with that said, we hope dear Holly keeps coming back. She won't be able to help me this month. I just want everyone to know that Holly helps once a
Yeah.
month normally, but she can't this month.
Yeah.
So,
And
yes.
I've been meaning to text you behind the scenes, but skunked. Back in the saddle for January.
Yeah, hopefully so.
Early
Yes.
January.
Yes. And
So,
yeah,
yeah.
bless you for that. And
Yes.
with
I'm happy. It's the deal of a lifetime.
oh, bless you. Thank you, honey. Okay, so is there something else you want to bring up, or should I just kind of go
Not
into?
really. I say you launch off, and if I have a pithy comment, I'll fall back to YouTube and text if I have a pithy comment.
Actually, do me a favor and just you might as well
Yeah.
stay on call with us, and then if
All
you have
right.
a
I'll
pithy
mute.
comment, yeah, just
Yeah.
unmute and
Okay.
say it out loud. It's always much
I
more
thought
efficient.
sometimes it might be better in text because then, instead of trying to bust in,
Mhm.
you always pick them up later and put it back together.
Well, actually, text is not very good. I don't prefer it because,
Okay.
unfortunately, it's very distracting.
I was going to
And
say in the teams, yeah,
yeah,
but I
yeah,
understand that too. Yeah.
yeah,
All
and
right, that's fine.
yeah,
I'll mute.
and just kind of hang out. But of course,
Yeah.
let us know when you leave. Of course, when you leave,
Okay.
just say, "Oh, I got to go now," and I'll switch over to YouTube. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you,
Thank you.
honey. Love you dearly.
Okay.
Hugs and kisses.
I'm here. Yeah.
Thank God.
Bye.
Yes. Thank God for all
Yeah.
of you out there who
Thank
support
God.
myself, including dear
That's right.
Lady Zero. And like I
That's
said,
right.
honey, give me permission to say your name and I'll happily credit you by name. So with that being said, again, now that we've obligatorily covered the fact that some atrocities have taken place in the United States, my own capacity for performing analysis has been enabled by the lovely Lady Zero, who has contributed $77.70, and my appreciation for her gesture, and certainly appreciate her returning after apparently I dismissed her as a troll by her own experience. This is something that obviously she is now welcomed back with open arms, and certainly was never intentionally forbidden unless there was a miscommunication. So miscommunications do happen, and obviously sometimes preemptive strikes, so to speak, in terms of hiding a user in chat. Sometimes this has to be done, and because one has to have their combat antenna on because of the multiplicity of attacks that are chronic and happening at all times, there's going to be some collateral damage. People get caught in the firing lines, which was the name of one of my shows back in Revolution Radio, Saturday Night Firing Lines. And just remember, there are various fields of fire, and innocent people are going to get hurt. So my apologies, dear lady, if you were one of them at the time. Now, what counts as a long war, since we're speaking of fields of fire? I mean, Putin has already won against the West, if not Ukraine. He's exposed fatal divisions in the West, even as Russians still back his Ukrainian invasion. The 29-page United States NSS, its National Security Strategy, has sent shockwaves around Europe when it was unveiled last week, condemning all of Washington's European allies as weak and offering support to far-right political parties to overthrow the legitimate states of Europe. It's time to face up to the chilling truth. America has switched sides. And Anglo-Europe is now dangerously exposed. Meanwhile, the sinister conspiracy theory behind Trump's claims is that Europe faces civilization erasure. How did a belief that was once only pushed among far-right groups and QAnon fanatics become an official long-term view of America itself? All standard operational procedure by the far-right's gender playbook. Around the world, authoritarian leaders are weaponizing gender-based grievances to rally supporters and roll back women's and 2S LGBTQ+ rights. By casting feminism as a threat to family stability and the moral order, they seek to shift public sentiment toward a patriarchal, illiberal future. And amidst World War Gay, the Ukraine can only rely upon itself. In any peace deal with the Russian Empire, security guarantees from outsiders won't guarantee for shit. And does Europe itself finally realize it's alone? Washington's new national security strategy ratifies an adversarial relationship. Trump floats radical Core 5 alliances that could sideline Europe from global power talks. The collective strength of the European Union is an obvious obstacle to this American power grab. And so, in a complete reversal of post-war American imperial policy, Trump wants to dismantle it all. He wants to tear it all down and watch the world fucking burn. So, Holly, let's bring you back on, and I'll try and reiterate what I've said a little more clearer. It's not so much Holly now, it's Heather Holman. She says hi. So, Heather, since you've joined us on the call, why don't you say hello, let everyone know that you're doing okay, all right?
Hello, everyone. I'm doing great. I'm doing okay. And I just wanted to say hi.
That's wonderful. Now, surely there must be...
I'm out, actually. I can't, I don't have a lot of battery on my phone. I'm out. So I'm at the, at a restaurant.
Wonderful. With Vinny or by yourself?
Hi, Heather.
Yeah. Heather?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Well, maybe her battery died. She's out and about. She seems okay. So we love you, Heather.
Yeah.
Everybody, kisses to Heather. Okay, Heather, love you dearly. Okay, so that was interesting. Again,
Well, and I've been seeing this thing about how, Trump and them are trying to, dissociate with Europe altogether.
Yeah.
And take over North and South America for his own little kingdom.
Yes.
And they're divvying up, the three of them, Russia, China, and Trump.
Yes.
Into new alliances, if you will.
No new alliances here. This is just a carving of the earth.
Conquering.
Yeah. So again, just so as Holly has said, America has flipped. And Europe needs to finally realize it's alone in this grave new world, because Washington's new national security strategy ratifies an adversarial relationship with the super subcontinent. When I say Anglo-Europe, I don't mean Europe of the Anglos, where we're counting only the Celtic fringe. I'm talking about a Great Britain that has now aligned itself, Brexit be damned, in terms of national security and international defense with NATO and Europe on the continental mainland. So again, just so people understand the gravity of what we're talking about. Basically, America is supporting Europe's far-right parties to overthrow the legitimate governments of Europe. America has switched sides, and both Europe and the Anglian culture is now dangerously exposed. And all of this has to deal with a perverse ideology focused, of all things, on gender and alternative lifestyles. Basically, a World War Gay, in which Ukraine is left an island in a sea of chaos, because Europe, which needs to take up the mantle of fighting this European war, has not faced up to the chilling truth that they are now considered an enemy, a culture war's enemy, which means an existential enemy of the United States by American perception. So Trump is floating this radical Core 5 alliance that will sideline Europe from global power talks. And as I've said, what Europe fails to realize is its own collective strength, a collective strength so powerful that it's an obvious obstacle to this new American imperialism. So, in a complete reversal of American imperial policy, Trump wants to dismantle Europe itself, meaning that he's on the side of Vladimir Putin. This will all bring us back to the subject of espionage, inevitably. Now, it's become commonplace for Western strategists to say that no matter what he tries now, the Russian dictator will come out of his Ukraine adventure a loser. In nearly 4 years of horrific bloodshed, Putin has captured barely 20% of Ukrainian territory and failed completely in his objective of denying Ukrainians the right to statehood. Meanwhile, NATO has grown, bulking up its defenses and adding Finland and Sweden to its formidable front line. To subvert any possible advantage all of this entails, the Trump maladministration is rigging a dramatic new global bloc called the Core 5 that will replace the G7 and exclude Europe entirely. By the way, Heather says, hi, Holly. And she says she'll come back the minute she can talk because she wants to wish us happy holidays. Bless her heart. And so this proposed Core 5 will include these United States, the People's Republic of China, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, India, and dy121425, the Empire of Greater Japan, focusing only on major economic and military powers. Now, according to Politico magazine, the idea is driven by frustration with European divisions over Ukraine, trade disputes, and slow decision-making. Trump's cult supporters argue that these 5 empires represent over half of global gross domestic product and population, making them the true drivers of world affairs. A new United Nations Security Council, if you will. Critics point out the deep rivalries inside this group, including Zhonghua, or China and India's border tensions, and China's long-standing hostility toward Dainippon, or Greater Japan. Others mock Russia's conclusion, and the inclusion of the Russian Empire is betrayed by its economy being smaller than Italy's, despite claims of being any global heavyweight. Still, for a guy who's lost 1 million soldiers and barely moved his front lines forward in a war that's already lasted longer than American imperial involvement in World War II, Vladimir Putin is looking pretty smug and self-satisfied these days. No modern event, perhaps save the Bolshevik Revolution, has shaped Russia's conscience as much as the Second World War. The views of many born soon after, including Vladimir Putin, were colored by memories of that immense conflict. No one now wants to dwell on its early period, the almost 20 years when the Greater Soviet Union cynically allied with Nazi Germany, carving up Central Europe between them. Instead, Russians like to refer to the Great Patriotic War, or the time from June of 1941 to May of 1945, when the Greater Soviet Union, with effectively limitless economic and military help from the American Empire, triumphed on the Eastern Front. That span of time, some 1,400 days, is relevant today. It's the same period that Mr. Putin has, so far, devoted to his not at all great and deeply unpatriotic war in Ukraine, which he launched in February of 2022. I'm certain myself that he didn't intend this attempted empire building to last so long. Early on, he even denied planning to invade. All the same, he is in no rush to end it now, even as Donald Trump's maladministration tries to press Ukraine to accept the peace on purely Russian terms. So how long will the current war continue? Historians might reasonably argue that, in fact, it has already gone on for much longer than the Second World War. Count this conflict from Russia's first invasion, when its disguised forces, the Little Green Men, or special operatives, seized Crimea in colorless uniforms sans insigniae. From Ukraine, they invaded the peninsula that was the Ukraine's access and port outlet, its to the world, to the Black Sea, its maritime lifeline. And by choking Ukraine off and effectively rendering it landlocked, all without declaring war officially, with an invasion of special forces in February of 2014, and the on-off fighting that has dragged on for the nearly dozen years thereafter. Should you consider other acts of Russian imperial aggression as part of the same conflict, then perhaps the starting gun was really fired by Mr. Putin in 2008, the year the world economy collapsed, in Georgia, in the Caucasus Mountains region, some 17 years ago. A dozen years certainly sounds like a long time for the Russian Empire to have been at war with its neighbor. For comparison, the catastrophic Soviet invasion and occupation of Afghanistan, starting in 1979, lasted a little over 9 years. The wars in the Balkans, as the former Yugoslavia collapsed in the 1990s, took about a decade to burn out. The American Empire deployed large numbers of soldiers in the Republic of South Vietnam for roughly a decade, until the early 1970s, before it eventually accepted defeat in theater, in country Vietnam. My gloomy prognosis is that for at least as long as Mr. Putin remains the Russian Empire's dictator, and at 73 years of age, he looks fit enough, most sadly, to be around for a long time yet, then Europe should assume that a state of war, either overt and intense as exists today in the Ukraine, or latent and ready to reignite, is the default condition. The consequence of that? Europeans must do vastly more, and urgently, to build up their economic and military strength to push back. That will bring us ultimately back to espionage and the talents of the savant that I intend to take this arc of narrative into, should we not get knocked offline in a directed denial of service attack. So it's time to say the most important thing right now, that it is time to wake up to a chilling truth that America has switched sides and is now officially a member in bad standing of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. Because this week the president has shown such disregard and contempt for weak European allies that it is now beyond any shadow of a doubt what his ambition for the super subcontinent on the Eurasia African mainland really amounts to: a desire to inflict Trump cultism upon the wider West. What does Donald Trump want from Europeans? It's a question we didn't used to have to ask ourselves about American presidents. That was because Eisenhower, Kennedy, Nixon, Reagan, Clinton, and even George W. Bush, whom we used to think a little extreme, were very clear. They wanted a unified Europe to be a free and strong ally of the United States in NATO, in Atlantic Alliance, and to stand for Western values, to defuse or to win the Third World War in effect, so disastrously misnomered the Cold War, and, in the long term, to liberate Eastern Europe from Soviet's occupation, albeit while trying to coexist with the Russians. We did not insult one another, and no American imperial leader ever bothered themselves about who was running London, still less about a mild-mannered mayor. Well, still less would they have ever even dreamed of calling the mild-mannered mayor who runs London now, perhaps a little too mildly mannered in his doing so, as something, Trump's quote, vicious and disgusting. In fact, the very name Khan is something that Trump can barely tolerate in his mouth. He spits it out like he's tasting a turd. So imagine, if you possibly can, Ronald Reagan spewing bile about Ken Livingstone back in the day. Try to visualize Jimmy Carter, old James Earl Carter, the peanut farmer, in his simplistic sincerity saying that Russia faced civilizational erasure. Or W. Bush, the mildly retarded man manipulated by Dick Cheney, whinging on about free speech in Sweden. That world of basic diplomatic decency has gone. We need to face up to the full extent of what is happening to us and what Trump's America wants and expects in return for even the semblance of military alliance and protection. Most immediately, Trump wants us to abandon Ukraine and make friends with Vladimir Putin, as if the invasion and all the war crimes and the tens of thousands of mass abducted children imported into Russia, the only developed nation on earth where child pornography is completely legal, had never happened. Or, as the new United States National Security Strategy puts it, reestablishing conditions of stability within Europe and strategic stability with Russia. You are a continent of decaying countries, suffering weak leaders who talk too much, according to what was released to the United Nations today. Maybe, but it's up to Europeans to vote their leaders or their very style of governance in or out. They neither want nor need interference from Washington or Moscow. But Trump wants you to be more like Steve Bannon's America, Charlie Kirk's America, or Viktor Orban's Magyarország, or Hungary. Viktor Orban being his favorite European. Trump wants you to be more MAGA in your attitudes to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusivity, together in their acronym forming the very name of God. He wants you to be more MAGA in your attitudes to immigration and to civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. To restrict migration, renounce climate science, and agree to abide by and adopt American rules and laws. To quotist, we want to ensure that U.S. technology and U.S. standards, particularly in AI, biotech, and quantum computing, drive the world forward. No wonder they want Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, to be neutered. Trump would like you, it appears, to legalize incitement to racial and religious hatred in the name of free speech. Trump thinks you should adopt the United States First Amendment. Maybe we should all have guns, too. It seems to be of no great interest to Trump what the voters in these little countries want. On the contrary, America will instead support whichever far-right leaders they think will do what Trump wants them to do. This is something the United States National Security Document describes perfectly, explicitly as cultivating resistance to Europe's current trajectory within European nations. This is called infiltration, subversion, and insurgency. America is now a terrorist state. And if you won't concede, then you are not worth defending. If you want social media companies to stop spreading race hate and medical disinformation, then you will have to do without American troops and missiles stationed in Europe. You already face tariffs and sanctions if you don't obey Trump's wishes. Now he is threatening you with his master in command, Vladimir Putin. There is no other way to read this. The collective strength of the European Union is an obvious obstacle to this American power grab, and so, in a complete reversal of post-proactive prosecution of Second World War hostilities and all the American imperial policy implicit in what's amounting to an infinite struggle against the 1,000-year Reich in exile, Trump wants to dismantle it all. To quote St. "We stand for the sovereign rights of nations, against the sovereignty-sapping incursions of the most intrusive transnational organizations, and for reforming those institutions so that they assist rather than hinder individual sovereignty and further American interests." You have been warned before. Less than a year ago, the Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, came over to the Munich Security Conference, traditionally a cozy get-together for what we used to call, well, what we used to think of as the Western Allies, and delivered a blow to the solar plexus of the old world order. Slack-jawed, the assembled members of the Western security establishment listened as Vance upended everything that had been done to build solidarity since Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Winston Churchill signed the Atlantic Charter in 1941. Our values are no longer common. Trump's likely successor has stated, and here I quote his T verbatim, "The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America." Well, J.D., to them it rather feels like it's their values that are constant and things in America that have gone awry. So now the threat to the independence of European nations and the rights of their own peoples comest also from America, an increasingly hostile state intent on forcing them to adopt Trump cultism, with the threat that if they do not, then will leave them to the mercies of Vladimir Putin. Europe, once again, as in the Second World War, faces a two-front war, with enemies on either side of the Atlantic. Only this time, Great Britain stands with the super subcontinent. It is here that the role of gender in the worldwide resurgence of authoritarianism is all too often treated as an afterthought. Even when it is acknowledged, it is typically subsumed in broader discussions of authoritarian tactics like militarization, disinformation, and algorithm-driven social media bubbles. But gender, misogyny, and machismo are not secondary concerns for authoritarians at all, particularly populists who have gained power through democratic processes. On the contrary, they are integral to these mass movements' pursuit of wealth, power, and total control. From the pages of traditional newspapers to grinning podcasters, gender-based grievances now function as a powerful lever for mobilizing audiences, voters, and donors by convincing them that any shift in gender norms jeopardizes family stability, moral order, and even civilization itself. These allo narratives can be understood as a backlash against recent progress toward gender equality and a defense of long-standing patriarchal norms. They are often framed through Western anxieties about civilizational erasure and moral decay, invoking religion to legitimize a natural or God-ordained hierarchy of gender roles. In this retelling, the Halcyon restoration promised by authoritarian leaders is threatened by an out-of-touch, morally decadent liberal establishment bent on dismantling all that is good and right. The solution is to launch an unrelenting campaign against reproductive rights, gender-affirming care, trans athletes' participation in sports, school curricula, and library books depicting 2S LGBTQ+ peoples or families with same-sex parents. These make for attractive targets like sitting ducks in a shooting gallery. There's something that is low-hanging fruit. And the results are all too easy to see. Checking in on our listeners, I want you all to continue to realize your own future's at stake here, no matter who else is targeted. Because similar strawman narratives have helped far-right parties throughout the West expand their electoral support and implement policies grounded in scapegoating women and the policing of gender norms. The Hungarian Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, for example, removed gender studies as an accredited discipline at his country's universities, dismissing it as ideology masquerading as academic scholarship. In the United Kingdom, the Reform UK leader, Nigel Farage, has praised the self-described misogynist Andrew Tate, who advocates violence against women and faces pending, indeed chronic charges for rape and human child sex trafficking. But Nigel Farage says he's the one true defender of male culture who empowers emasculated boys and takes pride in the fact that he is a product of English patriarchy. Across the Black Atlantic in these United States, misogynistic and anti-2S LGBTQ+ rhetoric has long been central to President Donald Trump's political personae. His 2004 presidential campaign stoked anti-trans sentiment, running ads that claimed, "Kamala is for they/them, but Trump is for you." Since returning to office, his maladministration has sought to restrict all trans rights, from limiting access to gender-affirming care to removing the option to list one's gender identity on United States passports. The weaponization of gender is not confined to these United States and Europe, as authoritarian leaders around the world deploy similar tactics to subordinate women and reinforce patriarchal control. In Brazil, the former dictator Jair Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, mounted an aggressive campaign against so-called gender ideology, which included rolling back protections for survivors of domestic abuse. And in Turkey, the dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan withdrew from the Istanbul Convention, the key European treaty designed to protect women from gender-based violence, declaring open season on, in his own words, hunting cunts. The danger is particularly acute in Black Africa. Uganda's 2023 Anti-Homosexuality Act is but one of the world's harshest anti-2S laws, while Kenya and several other countries are advancing legislation that would criminalize same-sex relationships in the name of protecting the family. The greatest scum, the lowest filth in the earth. That which doesn't only float in your sewers but sinks therein, always bring up the family as their meat shield, a battering ram to absorb any bullets of reason. And my own Asia is not immune to these political dynamics. Notably, former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, and yes, that's the fucker's real name and appropriately so, removed from office in April following a failed coup d'etat attempt, a stroke of state to declare martial law and maintain himself in power in perpetuity, was elected in 2022 on an explicitly anti-feminist agenda centered on abolishing the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. Although the details vary from country to country, authoritarian leaders follow a strikingly similar script. Whether in Africa, the Middle East, Europe, or North America, they exploit gender-based grievances to galvanize young men with promises of restored dominance and to consolidate political power. In this sense, the disempowerment of women and 2S communities is not a byproduct of today's authoritarian resurgence, but a key component of the global campaign to undermine democracy. And this brings us to the question of whether we can even really claim that civilization is on any steady path of progress at all. Consider black liberation, the abolition of slavery, all part of the myth of progress. One of the most common contemporary arguments for the idea of human progress is in the arena of social justice. The belief that there have been steady improvements in fairness, equality, and opportunity for most people, if not for at least some more. Social justice narratives begin to reveal why a lineage of progress is used instead of simply pointing to a positive change. Many claim that with the abolition of slavery and the enfranchisement of women, and many other new laws like civil rights legislation and changing gender norms, there has been great progress. Today, this kind of progress is most often depicted by representational politics. The very rationale, the raison d'être, the reason for America's very existence was taxation without representation. So the idea that the representation of a minority group or of women in positions of power and privilege are indicators of progress. But is progress really the right frame to apply to these changes? Again, that a good thing happens does not necessarily indicate any pattern of progress at all. In 1964, Malcolm X said, "If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, that's no progress. If you pull it all the way out, that's no progress. Progress is healing the wound that blow made. And they haven't even pulled the knife out, much less try and heal that wound." They won't even admit the knife is there. Consider for a moment this quote and what it means with regard to the transatlantic slave trade. Astronomical numbers of black African people were living out their lives, often in peace and equanimity, when out of nowhere, armed men appeared. These men mass abducted them and put them on ships where they either died or suffered extreme fear and illness. They then arrived in an alien land in harsh conditions and worked brutally for long hours under the constant threat of corporal or capital punishment doled out by masters who feared no consequences for their violence whatsoever. Indeed, they were praised for upholding the economy and improving the gross domestic product thereof. Meanwhile, the slaves' families were broken up, left impoverished, and almost en masse. Nigh every single case, their cultures, languages, and land were soon imperiled by invading colonial forces. Even if the severity of this mayhem is grudgingly reduced, after great public agitation and a civil war, given the starting point of Black Africa prior to enslavement, we cannot reasonably call this progress. The abolition of slavery cannot be counted as evidence of a long moral arc, a momentum of human history, indicating any pattern of progress. Those who were captured lived a far different trajectory from the European one they were thrust into. They suffered a sudden, history-breaking apocalypse, the traumas of which their descendants still endure, with many trapped in the limbo of a dystopian system. Even if certain conditions have changed for the better, their enslavement lasted 246 years, while their relatively emancipated condition, such as it is, has lasted for only 156. To return to Malcolm X on the freeing of African Americans. How can you thank a man for giving you what's already yours? How then can you thank him for giving you only part of what's already yours? You haven't even made progress. If what's being given to you, you should have had already. And for many black people in America, conditions have only changed to some extent. The transatlantic slave trade was evil, and a world in which it is no more is a world improved. But its abolition is not any evidence supporting any grand narrative of historical progress. There are a few reasons for this that only the son of Adolf Hitler can tell you, because no one else fucking ever will. One is that for all or most of the people ensnared in the slave trade, their lives were undoubtedly better before capture, and their ancestors' lives were better for generations upon generations prior to enslavement. To place people in the worst possible calamity and then take some of that evil away, as aforementioned, is not any example of progress. In the same vein, slavery as an institution is an evil that, to our knowledge, is probably only 5,000 or so years old. For the vast majority of human history, slavery was non-existent or rare, sporadic rather than institutionalized. Then it became commonplace and literally inescapable. Returning to a situation in which slavery is rare, or even a situation in which slavery is totally abolished, is simply returning to a more natural state of being human, not advancing to some higher state from a primitive one. But I should hasten to point out that we do not currently live in any condition in which slavery is rare, or has even been abolished. There are 3 times more enslaved people today, in absolute numbers, than there were at the height of the transatlantic slave trade. 40 million people, or around 1 in every 200, are enslaved. This is not including wage slavery, in which people are forced to participate in a labor market for a pittance, or even for wages that are then stolen, which is much more widespread. Again, this is not including any of that, but pure, raw, shackled slavery with whips and a dungeon waiting for you in which to sleep if you're fucking lucky. 1 out of every 200 people suffer that on Earth. As Kate Hodahl writes for The Guardian, there isn't a single country that isn't tainted by slavery, with enslaved people still manufacturing clothes, growing food, and mining minerals used in high technology, even in the wealthiest, most developed nations on Earth. The United Kingdom alone has an estimated 13,000 enslaved people that we know of. Even though there are prohibitions on slavery, the institution persists across the world. The second reason is that progress narratives depend on an arc bending in a particular direction, which presumes the existence of a future end state. But there are no such stasis points in time. Things change, and rarely settle permanently. There's no good reason to believe that slavery will remain abolished in these United States, and Europe, and elsewhere. There have been many times throughout history when slavery was suppressed, even abolished in part, for extended periods, and then resumed. The Achaemenid Empire, founded by Koresh in what is now Iran, likely diminished slave labor considerably for as much as 12 centuries before it returned for many centuries more. In ancient Mauryan Empire, the ancient Mauryan Empire in India, Ashoka may also have temporarily reduced slavery by abolishing the slave trading, but this change, too, was not permanent. Not even the Buddha could beat back the bondage. There are many reasons to believe that some form of forced labor will return to many of the places where it has so recently, in historical terms, been abolished. As it was recently, in the wake of Muammar Gaddafi's overthrow in Libya, though it may not look like it did in the past, or may not be racialized in the same way. This is because climate change and ecological collapse, the collapse of the environment itself, are very likely to cause political fragmentation that nullifies legal and cultural precedents like abolition, and bring about agrarian and manufacturing crises and scarcities in which people are forced into labor. Because if market economies continue, without the salvation of fascism, wherein the state controls the corporation as opposed to the corporations controlling the state that we have now through the market economic system, there is every reason to assume they will return to trade in indentured human beings. There's no need to advance to cloning when people are reproducing by the millions, and nobody can afford to raise the product thereof. What if we home in from the very large scale of all of human history to more recent times? What if we just look at progress in social justice within the scope of a period from the recent past to the present? Have things generally been getting any better? The United States has, all too predictably, the highest incarceration rate and imprisoned population in the entire world, with 2.1 million prisoners. larger than the population of entire nations. That is about 400,000 more, scaling up to almost 500,000 more than the next highest country of incarceration rates, the Communist Chinese Empire, with out of 1 billion people, only about 1.7 million in their concentration camps. Even though it has less than a quarter as many people, 328 million in the United States, we only have 25% of the population of Communist China on the Asian mainland. Their 1.4 billion people suppresses about 2 million people in literal death camps. That's nothing to be proud of. But it makes America's claim of progress a fucking joke. Because the proportion of black African Americans in the United States is only 1/5, or about 13%, that of white Euro-Americans, which exist as 64%, still the majority of the American empire. But black people represent the same proportion of the prison population, about 40%, meaning the incarceration rate of black people is 5 times higher. Adam Gopnik for the New Yorker magazine writes, and here I read therefrom, more than half of all black men without a high school diploma go to prison at some time in their lives. Mass incarceration on a scale almost unexampled in all of human history is a fundamental fact of our country today. Perhaps the fundamental fact, as slavery was the fundamental fact of 1850. To reiterate, about twice as many black men are under state and federal criminal supervision, in prison, or under probation, as were enslaved at the height of antebellum America. About twice as many black men are under federal or state criminal supervision, in detention or on probation, as were enslaved at the height of pre-war America. And those prisons can be hellish. Forced, unwaged, or underwaged prison labor, sometimes in extreme, dangerous conditions like fighting wildfires, for $1 an hour, or less, remains the stark reality for all too many. One recent report on the practice of leasing convicted federal prisoners to do farm labor, picking cotton if you will, reads, prison inmates are picking fruits and vegetables at a rate not seen since Jim Crow. And it says this with pride, as if this were an accomplishment. Forcing people in chains, literal chain gangs, to work in fields under conditions of heat stroke that would be induced in any white man, or at wildfires, is not meaningfully different from or morally superior to 19th century chattel slavery. Is this really progress? A callous observer might reply, well, if they didn't want to be forced to work in brutal conditions, they shouldn't have committed a crime. But the fact is that black people are policed differently, sentenced differently, and imprisoned differently from non-black Americans who are also over-surveilled, over-incarcerated, and living in a virtual police state. The vast majority of inmates in local jails have not even ever been convicted a single time in their lives. And only about half of inmates in prisons are there for violent crimes. According to one study, black men are sentenced to an average of 10% more time in prison than white men for committing the same crime. Though the rate of marijuana consumption among black and white Americans is comparable, black users are about 3.7 times more likely to be arrested for possession. A recent study at Northwestern University proved that white Americans vastly overestimate racial progress. And it's not just in the difference in treatment by the legal system. The fact is, the wealth gap between black and white Americans has not shrunk in over half a hundred years. Although the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was a landmark policy change, rampant voter disenfranchisement remains a major problem among black communities. The social psychologist Jennifer A. Richson, writing for The Atlantic magazine, stated, and here I read therefrom, "Some essential civil rights have advanced, though unevenly, episodically, and usually only following great and contentious effort. But many areas never saw much progress, or what progress was made has been halted or actually reversed." The misrepresentation of marginalized identities in power, business, or mass media is always hailed as indisputable proof of progress. But this misrepresentation does not yield improvements for most people who share those identities any more than having monarchs or emperors of a certain race or gender has improved conditions for workers and peasants of the same race and gender during history's millennia of slavery, serfdom, and mass conscription. Such misrepresentation is more often abused as a tactic for blocking egalitarian policies than for ever achieving any of them. Even despite Obama's presidency, the promised land remains out of reach for most, or in part, it remains out of reach because of Obama's presidency. The former President Barack Obama offers an illuminating illustration of this entire phenomenon. President Obama has been one of the deftest welders of progress narratives in postmodern human history. It cometh as no surprise that his 2020 autobiography is titled A Promised Land. The Promised Land, as I have detailed to my charges, my young tutés at the estates, is a millennia-old cliché representing one of the original progress narratives, in which you commit to a Holocaust and kill every man, woman, and child in Canaan, so, God's chosen people can march on in and take it all for themselves. That's not a good start towards any example of progress by my own account, but hey, everybody points to the Bible and says, I guess that's the example. So, in a way, Obama's career perfectly represents the hollowness of misrepresentation politics, taxation without representation, and the cynical deployment of progress rhetoric based on genocide. Instead of widespread liberation for many, his own success stands in to embody, the progress allo-narrative, meaning it's a narrative without any historical evidence. Obama admits that his campaign deliberately helped to construct this association in the public's mind between the election of Barack Obama to the presidency and the fulfillment of America's promise and the end to people's troubles. The route to the promised land was through his presidency. But even despite Obama's presidency, the promised land remains out of reach for most. As I said, it's actually, it remains out of reach because of Obama's presidency. Obama is one of the real presidential villains in human history. Aside from the financiers his maladministration bailed out with trillions of taxpayer dollars, the top 1% of wealth holders who captured 95% of income gains under his maladministration which proved to be one of the largest transfers of wealth to the already wealthy in all of human history, and his own family, whom he enriched at least 30-fold while in office, President Obama has not led anyone to the goddamn promised land. Far from black people being liberated, conditions changed little for marginalized groups, and Obama's maladministration even found opportunities to brutalize them. In 2015, Black Lives Matter protests erupted against police terrorism and a lack of racial progress during his maladministration. Obama's response was the violent suppression both of Black Lives Matter protesters and primarily of indigenous water protectors, who protested against the expansion of oil pipelines in Standing Rock land in North Dakota. The aggregate wealth of black Americans decreased under Obama's maladministration, as the Jacobin magazine reported. Between 2007 and 2016, the average wealth of the bottom 99% dropped by $4,500. Over the same period, the average wealth of the top 1% rose by $4.9 million, effectively $5 million bucks. This drop hit the housing wealth of black African Americans particularly hard. Outside of home equity, black wealth recovered its 2007 level by 2016. But average black home equity was still $16,700 lower. Much of this decline can be laid at the feet of President Obama. In a perhaps too on-the-nose example, Obama's presidential center, currently under construction in Chicago, is set to displace a community of working-class black people. Obama's maladministration increased drone strikes tenfold in the Middle East, deported a record number of people, and constructed the border detention centers that would become infamous under Obama's successor, President Trump. A report by the Manhattan Institute, a free market think tank to be sure, argues that Obama's presidency failed to deliver any of the promised progress to black Americans, stating, during an era of growing black political influence, blacks as a group progressed at a slower rate than whites, and the black poor actually lost ground. It was Obama's maladministration as well, whose handling of the overthrow of Libya's dictator led to slave markets being reopened there. Obama even dramatically increased fossil fuel exploitation and carbon emissions during his maladministration, and then bragged about it to a room full of oil moguls, no less. You talk about your house man. Honestly. Here be a quote that should put it in perspective, by a man who fucked his own slaves. Thomas Jefferson. Let the philosophical observer commence a journey from the savages of the Rocky Mountains eastwardly toward our seacoast. I'm trying to read there from and it's small print. I better start again here. This is Thomas Jefferson, who thought he was doing his slaves a favor by racially uplifting them, quote unquote, by fucking not only them, but then fucking their offspring, generation after generation, to the point where he fucked not only his children, but his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren to make them increasingly whiter. He thought he was doing them a favor when he's just given them more yellow kids. So this president said, let the philosophical observer commence a journey from the savages of the Rocky Mountains eastwardly toward our seacoast. These he would observe in the earliest stage of association, living under no law but that of nature. He would next find those on our frontiers in the pastoral state, raising domestic animals. And so, in his progress, he would meet the gradual shades of improving man until he would reach his, as yet, most improved state in our seaport towns. This, in fact, is the equivalent to a survey, in time, of the progress of man from the infancy of creation to the present day. And where this progress will stop, no one can say. Barbarism has, in the meantime, been receding before the steady step of amelioration, and will in time, I trust, disappear from the earth. This is a passage from a letter Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1824, 12 years before his death and 41 years after the end of the American Revolutionary War of Independence. Jefferson was the United States' third president and one of our country's most important founders. This short text illuminates both the spiritual foundation of our empire and the idea that's at the heart of our republic. So let's deconstruct it. If you were to travel from the Rocky Mountains in the west to the Atlantic coastline in the east, so Jefferson suggests, the land you would pass through and the buildings dotted along your road would appear as they had at earlier points in human history. Actually, human evolution. As if you were traveling along not just miles, but not even centuries. You would be time traveling through millennia. Your journey would reflect the passage of time itself, the progress made by European settlers since they reached the east coast of North America. In other words, by savages, living under no law but that of nature. Jefferson means that at the Rockies, there would be ancient wilderness housing violent, fur-clad people, sans society who foraged for food and shelter, and dangerous beasts, representing life in humanity's earliest years. Actually, earliest stages of evolution, the way he presents it, or mispresents it. By the time you reached what are now the Midwestern states, you would find early agricultural societies, flocks of sheep, herds of cattle, and rows of corn and wheat surrounding simple towns and villages. Finally, reaching the end of your mirror image quest of American westward frontier expansion, or the imposition of manifest destiny, and arriving in Washington, District of Columbia, the swamp that became a sewer, which Trump has turned into a toxic waste dump, or New York City, or Boston, you would find the, as yet, most improved state of human beings and their societies. Laws, dense cities, bustling trade, and sophisticated technology. There you could rest assured that such developments would continue into a bright future. What Jefferson is sketching out is a grand narrative, an allo-narrative, meaning a narrative without evidence, in a specific tradition that can be best captured in one word: progress. Pick up any crime novel, and you're likely to find a narrative formula. The details may change from story to story, but the general structure stays the same. A crime is committed, a detective begins the process of finding and piecing together all the clues, and the story culminates with the crime solved and the criminal brought to justice. Like crime novels, narratives of progress follow their own formula. This excerpt from Jefferson's official letter offers an ideal distillation of that formula. Though the details have changed through time and from culture to culture, the formula's essential elements have remained remarkably consistent over not just centuries, but millennia. The formula starts in the dark and wild beginning of humanity and moves forward and upward into a superior, more refined present, through changes that compound over time, culminating in some still vague, ever-future paradise. The story always parcels its characters into a binary, splitting those deemed civilized from the savage, the heathen from the blessed, the wild from the domesticated, the developed from the undeveloped. There's almost always some kind of frontier space, physical or metaphorical, into which the blessed must enter. The salvation awaiting in the future is set aside for the chosen, but only if they remain obedient to this quest, or rather, to those leading it all to the destination that will benefit themselves. And there we are. Just responding to incoming messages here. Now, this narrative formula has served as the pseudo-intellectual foundation on which Western civilization itself has grown and spread. The American sociologist Robert Nisbet, the last author to publish a broad historical account of the idea of progress, wrote of the concept in 1980. No single idea has been more important in Western civilization for nearly 3,000 years. Now, that narrative formula of progress, how can I describe it? What would be the best way to describe it? It's been important for even longer than that. Longer than the 3 millennia of recorded history, across many geographies and many cultures. It has been important to how countless people over the last 5,000 years have understood their place in the cosmos, the timeline reaching back to the beginning of all things and forward to the end of all things. It has been important to how armies are motivated, slaves and peasants are placated, gods are invented, and emperors are unleashed. The formula has been foundational to those who have made major scientific discoveries or peaked beyond our planet's atmosphere, but also to those who have waged world wars and enslaved the masses. Tracing the lineage of this narrative, we cannot only see the evolution of an idea, but also understand more clearly the process that created a certain kind of society that we call civilization, an anomaly that was sparked first in one place and has since burned across time, peoples, and far stretches of the earth. Though 200 years old now, Jefferson's letter appears in the latter part of this history. His Weltanschauung, his worldview, was grown out of a lineage that stretched back nearly 5 millennia to the world's earliest civilization in Mesopotamia. But that tradition did not end with Jefferson. The progressive formula still occupies a central place in societies and minds all over the world. It remains the default, subconscious framework by which most of us understand our place in our species' history and our society's trajectories over time, through time itself, and thus by which policies which impact all people are decided and enacted. It remains this lie about progress, the very foundation on which we are currently building the future. And once you understand that it's a lie, that societies have always been parasitical, as the son of Adolf Hitler, I can only appeal for commensalism, in which human actions harm neither nature nor people. As a fascist, I must spurn the neoliberal belief that endless economic growth is both possible and even desirable. Here, I would point out as a historian that the Greater Soviet Union and the collectivized, communized, and then central state capitalized China on mainland Asia experienced rapid growth, while the residents of the Sino-Slavic synaxes, in both the cases of the Russians and the communized Chinese, have starved en masse. What I present to you in terms of dystopian prediction can only be countered by my bracing corrective to the axiom that human progress is inevitable. This brings us to democracy's undoing itself. It really does all come down to restricting women's and 2S LGBTQ+ rights and reasserting male dominance being one of the fastest ways to shrink the pool of people who can vote, run for office, lobby, and push back against authoritarians and their agendas. The loss of rights, together with a cultural backlash that helps normalize anti-rights rhetoric, pushes women and 2S LGBTQ+ people to the margins of political debate. As the former United States Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues, Grita Rao Gupta, observed at the recent Woman Moving Millions Summit in Brooklyn, when women are disempowered, democracies crumble. And taken together, these measures amount to a coordinated attempt at social reverse engineering, as authoritarian leaders and parties draw on a global playbook to rally young voters and enact changes that remove all checks upon their power. This project rests on three main pillars: strategic messaging, ideological alignment, and coordinated tactics. Almost essential.
Douglas,
Yes, Monty?
I'm not going, but I got to make a movement.
Okay.
So I'll be listening and I'll check back later, I swear.
Okay. Love you.
Fucking
Any input?
brilliant.
Thank you.
Unbelievably brilliant. I mean, my God. Everyone should hear this.
Thank you, Monty.
So keep up your stride. I don't want to interrupt. But I want everyone to be as lucky as I am to hear this.
Thank you.
Thank
Monty.
you.
Bless you.
All right. I'll check back. Bye.
Love you dearly. Now, almost a century ago, the great Nazi jurist Carl Schmitt argued that all politics hinges on the friend-enemy distinction. The imaginal threat of gender ideology offers an easy, ready-made target for today's populist would-be authoritarians. As with race and immigration, gender is a convenient wedge to split electorates, fuel polarization, and undermine all social cohesion. This also explains why malign foreign actors seeking to destabilize democracies use armies of trolls and bots to mass manufacture outrage and despair through gendered disinformation campaigns. But the backlash is also deeply ideological, driven by a desire to reverse 5 decades of reforms that reordered social power and unsettled traditional hierarchies. These shifts include reproductive rights, women's financial autonomy, expanded professional opportunities, marriage equality, and legal recognition for intersex, non-binary, and trans people. Behind the push to reverse gender progress is a well-funded, well-organized, religious and political apparatus. International conservative networks, comprising hundreds of organizations backed by hundreds of millions of dollars, such as the United States-based Alliance Defending Freedom and actors within the Russian Federation, have spent years working to erode women's and 2S LGBTQ+ rights through legal challenges, coordinated mass media campaigns, and aggressive lobbying. Integral to their anti-feminist narratives is a pro-natalist messaging that encourages women to embrace their supposedly natural roles as mothers, caregivers, homemakers, and homeschoolers. This reactionary project, the paleo-reactionary project, is as much about changing culture as it is about rewriting laws. Ultimately, the objective is to redefine social norms and gender roles, shifting public sentiment toward a more patriarchal, illiberal future. This brings us to the authoritarian strategy itself. Because political mobilization, mass mobilization, efforts typically unfold in 4 stages. First, as the political philosopher Hannah Arendt pointed out decades ago, authoritarians aim to confuse the public, erasing distinctions between truth and falsehood, and between right and wrong. To this end, they disseminate mis- and disinformation, introduce concepts like alternative facts, and attack universities, scholars, scientific research, libraries, and public institutions as biased or as agents of a cultural Marxist plot to destroy traditional families, values, and national identity. After confusion takes hold, authoritarians seek to frighten people, warning them that something vital is being taken away, such as a white majority country, fair elections, public safety, or even their entire way of life. These claims are then amplified through politicized cultural flashpoints. In these United States, that includes the imaginary War on Christmas, manufactured panics about liberals coming to seize firearms, or ban beef, and grim forecasts of runaway immigration, violent crime, and social breakdown. Fear often takes root among people who feel entitled to stability, yet sense it slipping away, as rising costs, layoffs, mass evictions, and other economic pressures leave many feeling exposed and resentful. They become far easier to manipulate. Case in point, Donald Trump making certain that we're in for a wave of unemployment. So, if you couldn't understand why unemployment is rising, it's because Donald Trump needs it to. The United States Federal Reserve said that Septimania's, or the December 10th rate cut, should do the trick when it comes to fighting rising joblessness. But new data, 72 hours agone, shows the battle may take longer than thought. Applications for unemployment benefits rose last week, as out-of-work Americans put Thanksgiving behind them with nothing to give us thanks for. It was the biggest rise in unemployment since the onset of the pandemic, as initial claims increased by 44,000 to 236,000 in the week that ended December 6th, just before Pearl Harbor's commemorative day rolled around. This is your economic Pearl Harbor, and again, it's a result of a stab in the back. This figure exceeding all but one estimate in a Bloomberg survey of economists. Thursday's figures are toward the higher end of readings seen in 2025. Companies like PepsiCo and Hewlett-Packard have laid out plans to mass fire employees in recent weeks, and nationwide terminations in October were the highest since early 2023. Concerns about the labor market have weighed on consumer sentiment in recent months, A majority of respondents in a preliminary December survey by the University of Michigan expect unemployment to rise throughout the coming year. Merry fucking Christmas and a happy New Year. Well, why do they need this to happen? Well, the third stage is blame. With precariousness making people feel more susceptible to scapegoating, aspiring authoritarians are eager to provide them with culprits. Feminists, liberals, immigrants, Jews, Muslims, or racial and ethnic minorities, and generate outrage through provocative, tendentious memes, videos, and podcasts. Lastly, once they have stoked confusion, fear, and anger, authoritarians offer their solutions. These usually center on restoring traditional values and reclaiming power by suppressing or eliminating the designated enemy and empowering leaders who promise to take back control. While gender is not the only wedge, it has become a particularly effective way to translate confusion, fear, and anger into political gains. Today's authoritarians routinely frame feminism as a threat to the social order that they seek, assuring men that they can reclaim their rightful place as heads of households, states, and institutions. By tapping into existing anxieties, anti-feminist conspiracy theories make the implausible feel obvious, and the absurd seem like common sense. Far from marginal, transphobia is a cornerstone of the broader backlash against gender progress. A rigid gender binary is essential to the traditionalism that the far right is peddling, and policing transgender people has become a convenient way to police gender itself. As one of my own blood boys put it, I think a lot of transphobia comes down to, if you're a man, what does that make me? As the authoritarian right gains momentum, the left has been fragmented, hesitant, or conspicuously quiet, with center-left speakers accusing progressives of going too far on gender issues. Authoritarian and populist far-right leaders, for their part, capitalize on the left's disarray by casting liberal men as soft, decadent, and effeminate, while deriding liberal women as childish. What was it the United States Vice President J.D. Vance said before the 2024 election? Childless cat ladies. To be sure, misogyny doesn't need a formal playbook to flourish. Meta founder Mark Zuckerberg's call for more masculine energy in the corporate world, and the United States Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's pledge to restore the highest male standards in combat roles show how easily it seeps into everyday public discourse. And yes, he's still the defense secretary. He's not legally the Department of fucking War. In this sense, gender grievances are both personal, as exemplified by the pussies who keep pushing it, and political. Spurred in part by the hashtag #MeToo movement and increased 2SLGBTQ+ visibility, the patriarchal backlash has fueled the rise of the manosphere, a loose network of podcasters, comedians, social media influencers, and online gaming communities that promote male supremacist ideas and cast men as victims of feminism. Its most prominent figures are not only true believers, but also savvy profiteers, turning resentment into a lucrative business model built on subscriptions, mass merchandising, and paid masculinity courses. I mean, like, dude, if you need a fucking course in which to learn about masculinity, Turn in your fucking man card. There's no hope. And the consequences are increasingly self-evident. In several countries, Generation Z, Gen Z men are measurably less supportive of women's rights and feminism than older generations. After the 2024 United States presidential election, celebrity posts spread across X, formerly Twitter, with some users boasting about putting bitches and baby makers in their place, and others circulating white supremacist Nick Fuentes' ominous taunt, "Your body, my choice." The manosphere's message resonates most strongly with young men who already feel unmoored, lonely, or uncertain about their future. Many find their online lives more rewarding than their offline lives, and they face a significantly higher risk of suicide, overdose, or alcohol-related deaths. These pressures create fertile ground for propaganda that blames women, especially feminists, for what the right perceives as a crisis of masculinity. Slow to recognize the scale of the problem, liberal parties have left an entire generation vulnerable to far-right narratives. Germany's far-right Alternative for Deutschland, for example, or Alternative for Germany, has far more followers on TikTok than the center-left Social Democrats, and works closely with mass influencers to promote its content to younger audiences, blending lifestyle tips with promises to restore traditional manhood, Russia style. Be a man! Be Russian! Is their, totally misleading claim. Whereas the Social Democrats, by the way, for those of you who don't know about Russian men, Russia was the only nation on earth that had to invest billions of state dollars, billions of rubles, which amounts to admittedly only millions of American dollars, but still everything their budget could spare, into researching why so many children in Russia are born fetal alcohol syndrome retarded, developmentally disabled, or even malformed, literally physically deformed, through the disfigured sperm of Russian men. Turns out the overwhelming majority of Russian men are spewing out literally disfigured sperm, two-headed sperm and shit that wiggle in circles. So the majority of them never reach a woman's egg. Those that do produce deformed, maldeveloped, and developmentally disabled children. The majority of Russian children are killed at birth, simply because they could never survive the first few months of their lives in a state without social programs to maintain them in subsistence. There's no manhood in being Russian. Why is this happening? It ain't radiation. It's vodka. Your average Russian man drinks so much he can never get it erect at all. This is a fact that the Soviet state was dealing with under Gorbachev, and it's only gotten worse under Vladimir Putin. The fact that any Russians are born at all is tantamount to a religious miracle, probably responsible for what little renaissance in faith they have. But the majority of people on the front line, they're all from the Soviet Central Asian republics, the Caucasus region, microstatelets, even North Koreans. They're from all over the world. But they've got damn few Russian men to spare because most of them would never be acceptable under any military circumstances. They don't have the capacity to even point a gun in the right direction. If you think Russians are an example of manhood, you're one dumb son of a bitch. They're the furthest you could crawl therefrom. And whereas in dy121425, the new United Germany, the Social Democrats won only 16.4% of the vote in February's federal election. The AfD, or the Alternative for Deutschland, became the country's second largest party with a record high 20.8% share based on the myth of imbuing Russian manhood. If you're not shaking your head by now, and no, I mean the one between your shoulders, not the one between your legs. Your head's buried so far up your ass, you're high on your own fumes, and it'll take major surgery to pull you out of rectal defilade. And yet, the far right courts women. One might assume that today's authoritarian movements are almost entirely dependent on male voters. In fact, they owe much of their success to the women who actively promote their anti-feminist, traditionalist ideas. Across Europe, several far-right parties are led by women. The Italian Prime Ministress, Giorgia Meloni, the Alternative for Deutschland leader, Alice Vidal, and France's own Marine Le Pen all portray the gender equality and feminism as threats to national identity and traditional values, even as they claim to defend Western rights against the specter of Muslim immigration. I mean, hell, with everything I've just described, with what a Russian woman goes through, just trying to get a man to get it up, you're better off in a burqa, baby. In a viral speech at the National Conservatism Conference in Washington this past September, the commentatoress Helen Andrews blamed the feminization of culture for the decline of the West. Basing her argument on the notion of a fixed, divinely ordained gender binary, she claimed that women are naturally less rational, more emotional, prone to grudges, and biologically ill-suited to collaboration, because, as primates, they supposedly evolved to compete for scarce resources, and these traits, she argued, have led to a destructive overrepresentation of women in politics, business, and the judiciary. Yet by her own logic, we shouldn't listen to a thing she fucking says. Because, you know, she's a fucking cunt. This line of misthinking is hardly new. Phyllis Schlafly, who spearheaded the effort to block the United States Equal Rights Amendment decades ago, similarly insisted that feminism would destroy Western civilization by pulling women away from their natural roles as mothers and homemakers. Schlafly's views have found new life on social media, where some women have become prominent proponents of a return to traditional gender roles. Tradwife influencers sell homemaking and marital submission as an aspirational lifestyle, while others promote the more stylized concept of a kept wife, complete with tips on training husbands to fund a life of pampered domesticity. On the fringe, the rhetoric is often explicitly racist, as in the case of a mother of 6 who launched a white baby challenge. Yes, a white baby challenge to encourage other white women to have as many children as she had to counter demographic trends. The appeal of these ideas, the mass appeal of these ideas among women, underscores just how effective authoritarian and far-right movements have been at persuading younger people that the left cares only about advancing minorities, while the right is looking out for people like them. Women of color and 2S LGBTQ+ communities will be the first to suffer, but they will not be the only ones. The first year of the second Trump maladministration has made one lesson crystal clear. Gender is not a sideshow. The remorseless exploitation of gender-based grievances has become one of the most reliable weapons in the far-right's arsenal, hollowing out the democratic norms that make equality and shared citizenship even possible. Any serious attempt to understand and resist this mass movement must confront its gender politics head on. Because you, yes, you, in Europe, have been deluding yourselves for too long. The Trump maladministration has been blunt and told you that the past is a load of bullshit. To quotist, after the end of the Cold War, American foreign policy elites convinced themselves that permanent American domination of the entire world was in the best interests of our country. Yet the affairs of other countries are our concern only if their activities directly threaten our interests. America is no longer any ally. America has switched sides. She's gone. America will not look after you. It won't help Ukraine, and it will turn its back on anyone. You still imagine that Trump would actually go to war with the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire to save Estonia. It's absurd. When the president cometh over for his banquet at Windsor Castle, or a big parade down the Champs-Élysées, and when the warm words echo around the ancient masonry and the medieval tapestries, you Europeans like to think you are part of something shared. You fancy that Trump, of Scots and Bavarian heritage, might deep down be amenable, reasonable, and not as bad as folk make out. But then he goes back to Washington and concocts something as vile and treacherous as his national security strategy, belittles your multicultural societies, and orders you to let American companies break your laws, or else. In fact, Trump's values are identical to those of Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and the House of Saud than to those of the progressive and liberal democracies of Europe. You in Europe are most certainly not his natural allies, so why defend you? His MAGA movement is mass manipulated by groypers, people who think Putin is cool, and are as Judeophobic as they are proudly Islamophobic. Well, no thank you to all that. The American empire, of its own volition, is rapidly becoming a strategic challenge to Europe, even if you'd prefer to pretend otherwise. You have to wake up and smell the coffee, Europe. What does Trump have to do to make you realize that things have changed? For Dainippon Teikoku, the Empire of Japan, the idea raises serious questions about being grouped alongside rivals while Europe, a key partner, is pushed aside. Because it was Japanese peril what created the internet, and only creative destruction will boost European competitiveness. Now that major geopolitical developments have forced Europeans to rethink how they will ensure their own prosperity, security, and sovereignty, policymakers must not take innovation for granted. This primary engine of economic growth will not run smoothly unless it is properly tuned and carefully maintained. Famously, we trace the internet to ARPANET, a research network built for the United States Defense Agency, DARPA, D-A-R-P-A, acronymous for Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. But in the 1960s and 70s, ARPANET was just one of several computer networks operating around the world. And while it had users and cool technical innovations, it was no aught but a research tool. And it wasn't growing particularly fast. How did that turn into the capital I, Internet? We can blame, in part, Japanese supercomputers. So, as I diverge into this tangential arc of narrative, I will explore the historical fact that the yellow peril of the Japanese threat is what brought us the internet. In the beginnings, ladies and gentlemen, ARPANET began life in October of 1969 as a research-oriented network to connect a few labs and universities. And over the subsequent decade, it remained just that, a research network for trying new networking ideas. It pioneered nifty concepts like packet switching. You can imagine it as like a container shipping, but for networking. Data is broken up into small self-contained packets like shipping containers to be sent anywhere around the world. Nifty concept, as I said, and why people believed the network might be able to survive a nuclear attack. But ARPANET was far from the only research network to employ it. Europe, for instance, nurtured several in the 1970s. Donald Davies was one of the independent contractors, or should I say creators, really, not just a contractor, but an actual creator of the packet switching concept. He convinced the United Kingdom's National Physics Laboratory, or NPL, to build their own packet-switched network. And over in France, Louis Poussin and Hubert Zimmermann produced in 1972, a government-funded packet-switched network called Cyclades. All uppercase, Cyclades. Cyclades later connected with NPL's, or the National Physical Laboratory of the United Kingdom's network, as part of the larger European informatics network. Nobody can say that the Europeans lagged behind the Americans in terms of producing innovative networking technology. Though I should add that neither packet-switched network gained traction due to conflicts with the monopoly telecoms. That brings us to other networks. I think it is important to reiterate that ARPANET wasn't very large, nor was it really expected to be. In late December of 1969, it had only about 4, less than you could count on your single right hand. It had about 4 operational nodes. By 1976, that had grown to about 63. 5 years later, in 1981, 213 nodes, adding a new one roughly every 20 days or so. Real heart-stopping growth there. And that was because it was a military tool. Access was limited to only those with Department of Defense connections. Though those who did use it a lot, thanks to its addictive email capabilities. Other online networks were far more popular. Exempli gratiae, the bulletin board systems, or BBS, said to have been invented in 1979 by 12 computer hobbyists in Chicago. These were private servers accessed with microcomputers like the Apple II or IBM PC. You attach a modem to your PC and dial into a server via a telephone line. Once in, you can download or upload files and communicate with people via forums. There were tens of thousands of these BBSs during the 1980s and early 1990s. And then you had the commercial services, CompuServe, Prodigy, and America Online. Remember that? They charged people a monthly fee to access their national information network for services like email, online chat rooms, air ticket buying, and even video text. In 1981, the largest and oldest of those 3, CompuServe, reached 10,000 subscribers thanks to a partnership with the retailer Radio Shack. Remember that? By 1984, they boasted 130,000 subscribers. So ARPANET, a successful experimental tool with interesting innovations and an addictive email app, but nevertheless a niche thing for a few defense researchers spread out in opposite parts of the country. What changed? Enter dy121425, the Empire of Greater Japan, and the supercomputer. There is no precise definition of what makes a supercomputer. In the 1970s, it just meant whatever was the fastest computer then available in the world. Like the famous Cray 1 supercomputer and its theoretical peak performance of 160 million floating point operations per second, or FLOPS, F-L-O-P-S, all in the uppercase, FLOPS, floating point operations per second. Real-world performance, however, was closer to 100 million flops. The category was created and held by American companies like Cray Research and Control Data Corporation. Customers were government labs for running physics simulations in things like aeronautics, or defense labs for weapons design or nuclear energy research, or secret agencies for cryptography. These supercomputers are not easy to make. That plus their limited market and $10 to $30 million price tag made them rather niche. But that Cray 1, announced in 1975 and released a year later, sold unexpectedly well, which caught a lot of people's attention. In 1976, the mighty men, the men of Maitai, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry of Dai Nippon, Greater Japan, completed a 4-year industrial project with computer makers Hitachi, Fujitsu, NEC, and Oki Electric, called the New Series. New Series focused on producing a computer capable of challenging IBM's System 370. New Series participants studied emitter-coupled logic, a family of high-speed integrated circuits, and concepts relating to vector processing, where a single operation can be performed on multiple data elements. Both innovations can be used for supercomputers. So though New Series was originally intended to challenge IBM, it gave Fujitsu, Hitachi, and NEC the technical expertise to develop their own supercomputers. For the rest of the decade, the three worked on their entrant products. This brings us to the very concept of a Japanese supercomputer project, because in 1978, Dai Nippon's, or Greater Japan's electronics trade body, the Japan Electronic Industry Development Association, or JEIDA, JIDA, set up a research project. The government was finishing up a joint cooperation effort called the PIPSP, the PIPSP, or PIPS Pro, Pattern Information Processing System Project, developing technologies to recognize Japanese writing, audio, and whatnot. But after that ended in 1980, what would be next? The top options involved doing hardware, R&D, or research and development for an advanced supercomputer, the Knowledge Robot Project, or doing software, R&D, research and development, for automatic translation, the Natural Language Information Processing System, or NLIPS, Natural Language Information Processing System, or NATLIPS. Initially, the Japanese leaned towards the translation software project, but several things changed. Takuma Yamamoto, former president of Fujitsu, visited these United States and realized that Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Japan, or rather the corpora shogunal superstate that manifested on the home islands of the super archipelago of Japan, was behind in computer technology, IBM in particular, and had to improve. So upon returning, Yamamoto, descendant of the man who planned the attack on Pearl Harbor, switched over and advocated for the supercomputer project, even though the computer makers had only recently completed a hardware R&D, or research and development project, with the new series project. Hitachi, Fujitsu, and NEC, then ramping to enter the supercomputer space, obviously felt that the R&D, the research and development, would be useful. Other participants, Toshiba, Oki, and Mitsubishi, had no plans for supercomputers, but felt that any R&D can easily be adapted to ordinary computers. Thus, in October of 1981, the Japanese government initiated a national project called the High-Speed Computing System for Scientific and Technological Use, colloquially referred to as the Japanese Superspeed Computer Project, which is too cool of a name to be real, so we just call it the Supercomputer Project. And by the way, I should note that the Supercomputer Project was separate from the 5th Generation Project, a similar-ish sounding but more well-known project launched the following year in 1982. That one focused on knowledge-based AI, or artificial intelligence software systems. In 1982, people. So don't think that AI is being invented in America at all. The Japanese invented it for you, and all America is doing is copying everything the Japanese already programmed. And you're not doing a good job of it because you can't translate from the Japanese, because you have no similar translation program as was developed by the Japanese themselves. This brings us to supercomputer project objectives. Let me first start with a whirlwind tour of the supercomputer project's goals and R&D schedules. Research and development timelines. The project's total budget was 23 billion yen, or about 100 million United States dollars over 8 years. Newspaper writers in these United States would mistakenly report that the Japanese spent $100 million a year rather than $100 million in total. The final objective was to produce a very advanced supercomputer capable of 10 billion flops performance 8 years later in 1989. 10 billion would be 100 times that of the Cray 1's 100 million real-world flops. And just in case you are wondering, an NVIDIA B200 today does about 144 quadrillion flops. In the first 5 years, the project would develop 3 very new fundamental device technologies. William, that's William, but highly Europeanized. I would almost say Francophized or Gothified. Gallium, or Wallium, is the correct pronunciation, Gallium. Wallium arsenide, like arsenic. Wallium arsenide, the HEMTs, and Josephson junctions. These were technologies, the names for technologies, not people, not organizations, but technological innovations. Fundamental device foundations for everything today. A side effort would develop a parallel architecture and software specific to supercomputing. Now, when it comes to the HEMTs, I'll get to that acronym soon enough. Be patient. Let me run through these 3 device technologies, starting with Wallium arsenide. Wallium arsenide is a 3 to 5 direct bandgap semiconductor material known for its high electron mobility. So electrons can travel through it at faster speeds than silicon, though with less heat tolerance. So it requires a chill environment. A lot of refrigeration. The project studied William arsenide's physical properties and how to improve process yields. Later on, Seymour Cray himself, whom his computer would take its own name from, would use William arsenide for his Cray 3 supercomputer, which was his last completed project before his untimely death in 1966. One of these days, if I'm egged on enough, I'll talk about his death. Continuing on, the semiconductor material has to be made into fast switching transistors. So the project also studied an emerging device structure called the HEMT, or High Electron Mobility Transistor. A HEMT is a field effect transistor, so it still has a source, drain, and a gate. But a traditional MOSFET, that is, of course, another computer term that I honestly have to look up. It's been so long since I used any of them. Metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor, which is itself a fundamental electronic component used as a voltage-controlled switch or amplifier. Basically, the traditional MOSFET moves charge carriers using a channel of a single doped semiconductor material, usually silicon. A HEMT, on the other hand, has a gate made from a heterojunction, a border of 12 different semiconductor materials. When exposed to a high enough voltage, the heterojunction forms a 2D electron gas for electron mobilities 10 to 20 times higher than silicon. The HEMT was first conceived in 1979 by Takashi Mimura of Fujitsu Laboratories, who had been inspired by Carver Mead's high-speed MESFET transistor design. Again, since it's been so long since I have used these acronyms, I remember the acronyms distinctly, but what they stood for, looking it up, it's a metal semiconductor field effect transistor, type of transistor made from materials like gallium arsenide, which is acronymized as GAAS, believe it or not, or uppercase G, lowercase a, uppercase A, lowercase s. Everyone would call it GAAS, involved with the Department of Defense, as I remember them speaking about it. Now, the third device technology is the Josephson junction. By the way, Jesus Christ was the son of Joseph, and to his neighbors, he would be known as Joseph's son, not Jesus Christ. So it's kind of like the Jesus junction. These consist of 12 layers of superconducting material with a very thin layer of insulating material in between them. When in a superconducting mode, a current can quantum mechanically tunnel through the insulating layer without electrical resistance. Now, I'll probably have to go over these again in future lectures, wherein I talk about quantum mechanics and its use in the occult via technology. In other words, artilica, or occult technologies. Yes, there is such a thing, computers that make magic work. That being placed aside for the future, famously, IBM, International Business Machines, worked on a Josephson or Jesus Junction-based supercomputer for over a decade. When the Japanese project began, the IBM project was then still in progress. The supercomputer project's last 3 years would be dedicated to integrating the fundamental technologies together with the softwares and parallel architectures to complete the final computer. All of this based on the supercomputer threat from the Japanese, who had already won World War II. which if you don't know about, I've spoken about all my life. We don't need to go into that now. But now that we know what the Japanese were doing, let's take a look at how the Americans saw it and the Empire of Japan's entry into the supercomputer space. This was a race for inner space. The first American headlines emerged in 1982 as the Japanese computer makers were making their first forays into the supercomputer market. Fujitsu got the party started by announcing the Facom VP100 and VP200 in July of 1982, claiming that the latter machine was, at 500 million or half a billion flops, 20% faster than Cray's top machine, the Cray XMP. A month later, Hitachi announced its first model, the S810/20. They claimed maximum performance numbers of 630 million flops and hinted that it might be exported abroad. The American producers, Cray and Control Data, lowered their prices in response, but the new competition was troubling. Supercomputers were then a niche market. Cray Research had a single product and generated revenues that were less than 5% of Fujitsu, Hitachi, or NEC. The Japanese can subsidize their supercomputers with profits from their other businesses because Japan is fascist. And it stayed fascist because it won the fucking war. Moreover, Fujitsu, Hitachi, and NEC were semiconductor leaders and can leverage businesses. How would I say it? They can leverage that silicon expertise that is provided by other businesses through the fascistic economic model of the state forcing corporate intercourse or exchange of corporate intelligence. Cray, this side of the Pacific, actually bought most of their chips from Fujitsu and Hitachi. So just remember, Americans couldn't even build their own supercomputers. They had to buy the parts from Japan. So the Americans feared another DRAM situation, if you can even remember that, which I'm sure none of you fucking will. But DRAM refers to dynamic random access memory, the main type of computer memory for temporary data storage. It's known for being fast, high capacity, but volatile because it loses data without power. It stores data in simple cells, capacitor plus transistor, that need frequent refreshing, making it cheaper than SRAM, but requiring power. So understand that we had a DRAM crisis in these United States. And at one point, which the Americans never wanted to experience again, it's one of the factors that made them dependent on Japanese parts to build their own computers, which flagrantly and misleadingly, basically lied with labels that said made in the United States. Rather, it should have said assembled in the United States, made in Japan. And right then, Japan's radically low memory prices, which some attributed to dumping, was putting severe pressure on the world market. The industry estimated total losses of 300 million United States dollars in 1981. So, would the same happen in supercomputers? Thus, when news broke out about the Japanese supercomputer project, Americans didn't see it as a speculative multi-year industrial project, but rather as the Japanese fascist government splashing unfair subsidies to target yet another vulnerable, iconic industry. A typical headline of the era claimed that the Japanese were attempting to corner the world market in supercomputers. There were worries that if American government agencies became dependent on Japanese supercomputers, the Japanese would leverage that for political gain. The United States government did it themselves in the 1960s when they barred IBM and Control Data from selling computers to France for nuclear weapons research. Finally, there was the concern that supercomputers were the future, and that dy121425, the Empire of Greater Japan, or rather, the corpora shogunal Japanese superstate on the islands of Japan, was investing in that future while America dawdled. For a long time, supercomputers were a niche product bought by government labs and university nerds for niche simulations. But in the early 1980s, both the Japanese and the Americans on either side of the Pacific predicted that supercomputing power would enable breakthroughs in nuclear fusion, meteorology, aerospace, automobiles, molecular chemistry, genetics, and even semiconductor design. The foundation of our world today, wherein Taiwan produces the most advanced chips in the world, and chips are the oil of the 21st century. Thus, to lose, or rather ergo, therefore, to lose supercomputer preeminence would be to lose what was considered the linchpin and central driver of the world's technological future. And so the American empire needed to act. That brings us to the LAX report, or LAX report. Because what to do? In 1982, the NSF and Defense Department sponsored a multidisciplinary panel led by the mathematician Peter Lax. That's his real name. And LAX, I have no idea what nationality that is. But the NSF, or the National Science Foundation, the American agency funding basic research, or non-sufficient funds, as it's so mistakenly called, that's a banking term as well for bounce checks. And a lot of Americans consider science research to be a bounce check, all of which shows how auto-destructive and ignorantly mass suicidal Americans are. But the NSF and the Defense Department sponsored Peter Lax, and he was staffed by 15 prestigious scientists, including the Nobel Prize winner Kenneth Wilson. The Lax Report, as it was called, was released in December of 1982, but its conclusions leaked months earlier. And it read, "The U.S. has been, and continues to be, the leader in supercomputer technology and in the use of supercomputers. In the 1970s, the U.S. government slackened its support, while other countries increased theirs. Today, there is a distinct danger that the U.S. will fail to take full advantage of this leadership position and make the needed investments to secure it for the future." And this report highlighted supercomputer projects in West Germany, the United Kingdom, and France, but of course it was the Empire of Japan that took precedence. To quote it therefrom, the Lax Report that is, I'm reading therefrom, "The Japanese are striving to become serious competitors of domestic manufacturers, and U.S. dominance of the supercomputer market may soon be a thing of the past. The Japanese government-sponsored National Supercomputer Project is aimed at the development by 1989 of a machine 1,000 times faster than current machines. There is no comparable technical program in the U.S." Now, this report emphasized that the United States federal government had to reestablish support of the supercomputer market and recommended 4 measures. The first 3 covered R&D, or research and development on supercomputer design systems, more funds for computational mathematics / software / algorithm research, and resources for personnel training. Pretty standard stuff. But their leading recommendation was to establish a national high-bandwidth computer network so that America's scientists and engineers can have more access to supercomputer facilities. A report from scientists at the Triple L, the big Triple L right here in my own Golden Gated San Francisco adjacent Berkeley, right across the bay, said, "Compared to many European and Japanese universities, our U.S. colleges are computer poor. A program for the sponsorship of university supercomputers is needed in this country. This was a JFK call for a space program into cyberspace. Kenneth Wilson, the panel's aforementioned Nobel laureate, testified to Congress that the average German grad student had more access to supercomputers than he himself, a Nobel Prize winner, ever had in his entire life. Congress was convinced. Representative Sherwood Boehlert, in May of 1983, said that it was a national disgrace that major American universities did not have access to the latest supercomputers. Despite concerns about what now seems like a laughably low $200 million deficit, Congress appropriated $6 million to the 1984 NSF, or National Science Foundation, budget for building a new supercomputer, rather, entire new supercomputer centers in the plurality. More funding was later added to build a computerized network to connect those centers. This is what brought us to building a network. NSF established the office, well, the OASC, if I remember the bureaucraty's acronym. OASC, all uppercase, Office of Advanced Scientific Computing, to achieve its new mission. This was their version of NASA responding to the Soviet Sputnik, only the threat was the Japanese across the Pacific. They first issued several $million grants to buy supercomputing time from universities like Purdue, the University of Minnesota, and Harvard for the researchers. By the end of 1985, they had bought 30,000 supercomputer hours and allocated them to 800 people. I know because as a Department of Defense research librarian, I allocated the documents. In 1984, the OASC, the Office of Advanced Scientific Computing, also funded 4 new supercomputer centers in San Diego, Princeton, Illinois, and Ithaca, New York. A 5th was later placed in Pittsburgh. So that was all phase 1. Phase 2 would be building the network, and that was trickier. Many academic researchers did not then actually believe that supercomputers were critical to the advancement of their field, and there were agency authority issues to untangle. The existing supercomputer centers were largely owned by the Department of Energy, which was responsible forever, the early days, entire generations for the atomic bomb, and which was wary about what seemed like a power grab by the NSF, or the National Science Foundation. ARPANET was governed by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, and various United States agencies ran and operated their own small networks like BitNet, MailNet, and Emphanet. Even NSF had their own network called SysNet, or CSNet, then in its 3rd year, I believe, by 1984. The original idea had been consolidate all these small networks and computing centers together into a single network called ScienceNet. But that didn't get traction because many academics, including the physicists, preferred direct lines to the supercomputer centers over a network. So the OASC pivoted to a new idea. They considered expanding ARPANET and adding the supercomputer centers then under construction. NSF and DARPA signed a memorandum of agreement about this. But things had changed at ARPANET itself. In the previous year of 1983, the network was split into civilian and military halves, and DARPA no longer ran ARPANET's civilian half. So things bogged down, and as 1985 came around, the supercomputer centers were done, but the networking hadn't made much progress. Enter Dennis Jennings. You see, that year, the NSF, the National Science Foundation, hired Dennis Jennings as its first director of networking. And frustrated with the lack of progress, he decided to start anew, all over again, Jennings had previously worked on the aforementioned NSF-funded CSNet. There, he saw researchers using the network not only for sharing computer resources, but communicating through services like email. So he expanded the scope of ScienceNet, later to be renamed to just NSFNet, apparently for copyright reasons, into being a general-purpose network. He argued that science research has always depended on communication and that researchers can still access computer resources, including supercomputers, if necessary. The NSF director, C. Gordon Bell, yes, a relation of Bell Telephone, Dynasty and the original stealer of the copyright patent, later reminisced on NSFNet's creation in a 1995 interview wherein he said, or was quoted as saying, "The NSFNet was proposed to be used for supercomputers. Well, all the networkers knew it wasn't supercomputers. There was no demand." That brings us to tiers, as in TIERS, tiers like levels of agricultural development, and TCP/IP. In addition to the core idea of being a general-purpose network, NSFNet incorporated two major architecture elements. First, the three-tier structure. Campus networks would connect to regional networks like NYSERN, or New York to CERN, and WestNet, funded by consortiums of universities. Those regional networks would in turn connect to a national backbone built out, funded, and controlled by the NSF, the National Science Foundation. This structure was inspired by the breakup of the telephone monopoly, AT&T, which only just happened in 1984. The idea being to distribute the costs of building the network amongst various parties. The second key technical decision that Jennings convinced NSF of was that everyone receiving grants for NSF networks had to standardize on the TCP/IP or TCP/IP protocol suite. What is that, you might ask? Oh God, why do you put me through this? The name refers to a set of underlying protocols, the two main ones being the Transmission Control Protocol, or TCP, and Internet Protocol, or IP, hence TCP/IP. Roughly speaking, TCP/IP helps computers communicate with each other across different networks via Transmission Control Protocol and Internet Protocol. It was produced in 1973 by Stanford professor Vinton Cerf and Robert Kahn, then working at DARPA, of course. And they were also influenced by the ideas of Louis Pouzin, who co-founded the aforementioned French Cyclades network. TCP/IP was a military tool, but DARPA released it into the public domain in 1974. This open status helped TCP/IP gain traction despite academics' initial skepticism and a plethora of competing proprietary and consortium-led options. A notable member of the latter being the Open Systems Interconnection, or OSI, introduced in 1984 by a Europe-led consortium and tentatively adopted even by the United States government itself. In 1983, ARPANET adopted TCP/IP, switching away from the prior NCP protocol, or the Protocol of Europe. Later that year, the popular Berkeley flavor of Unix adopted it, which in turn led to Sun Microsystems' popular workstation computers taking it on as well. NSFNet's decision to back TCP/IP finalized it as the lingua franca, or shall we say the universal language, to connect the world's different networks, creating the internetworking, which we now call the Internet. Of course, if you were to hear it from Trump, it was all about a bigger network. The NSFNet backbone went live in 1986, boasting speeds of about 56 kilobits per second. It linked 6 nationally funded supercomputer centers, the 5 aforementioned centers funded by the NSF, and a 6th associated with the National Center for Atmospheric Research, or NCAR, NCAR. Traffic grew at a terrific rate, and the backbone became congested. So in 1987, NSF solicited proposals for upgrades and chose a group of universities and telecom companies. The new backbone, upgraded to speeds of 1.5 megabits, went live in 1988. Over the next 12 years, more networks, new and old, were connected to the NSF net backbone. The OG are Original Gangsta Civilian ARPANET and CS networks, got connected, and the old nodes were subsequently, decommissioned, without much fanfare. Hopefully they were given a decent burial. In 1989, 500 million, or 500 million, data packets were switched, a 500% increase in just a single year. The growth during this time was torrid, doubling every 7 months, and forced NSFNet to spend millions to add more nodes and upgrade router capacity. By 1990, NSFNet connected 1,600 total networks, including 200 universities, industry institutes, and laboratories across 100 countries. User count estimates are they're hard to come by, harder to trust. I destroyed the majority of the documentation after all, but the claim is that there were about 250,000 in 1990. That brings us to the World Wide Web. Up until 1990, all this was happening without much notice from the techno-public. They and the rest of the public, back in the day, back when I was DOD, were more fascinated with Microsoft, WizKid Bill Gates, and their monopoly grip on the PC ecosystem. This changed with the World Wide Web, a famous chapter in Internet history. In 1990, a Swiss software engineer at CERN, the CERN, C-E-R-N, Super Collider CERN, named Tim Berners-Lee, sought an easy way to navigate large chunks of information scattered across different computer systems. So as a side project, he created a flexible system that he called hypertext. Berners-Lee then thought to layer his hypertext concept on top of the growing internet to create Berners-Lee's, to create a global hypertext system that he was naive enough to think might be named after him. He dubbed it the World Wide Web just for convenience, but that's what stuck instead of his name. Now, the W, or the World Wide Web, had 3 major components. First, the use of HTML, or hypertext markup language, to encode documents. Second, the use of unique addresses called URLs to locate online resources. And of course, if you remember correctly from your education in computer science, which I believe you all should have gotten as a basic part of your entering young adulthood, a URL is a uniform resource locator, a web address that functions like a physical address to locate resources on the internet, such as web pages, images, or files, made up of components like the protocol, HTTP, colon, or // forward // or HTTPS, HTTPS, colon, // the domain name, and the path to a specific file or page, ergo the blog or article. Of course, URLs are human readable and translate the complex numerical IP addresses that computers use into an easier to remember format. Thirdly, what Tim Berners-Lee incorporated, or integrated rather, since we're not talking about monetizing this just yet, he integrated a transfer protocol called HTTP, that lets servers transfer data to these applications called browsers. With, if I remember correctly, the HTTP acronym standing for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, the foundational language of the web itself that enables communication between your web browser and web servers. And that in and of itself works on a request response cycle. Your browser sends an HTTP request to a server, ergo to get a web page, and the server sends back an HTTP response with the requested data. Okay, so all that together, and Berners-Lee publicly released the World Wide Web Project, leading to many NSF centers, National Science Foundational Centers, to experiment with new formats to navigate the internet. One of those would become wildly successful. In late 1992, the University of Illinois' National Center for Supercomputing Applications, or if I remember correctly, NCSCA, but people kept calling it NICSA. They put together a team led by Marx Andreessen to produce a browser called Mosaic. Released in 1993, the user-friendly Mosaic browser became a massive hit. Downloaded millions of times. It brought masses of new users onto the internet. That year, the number of World Wide Web servers surged from 100 to 800. And Andreessen, sensing the opportunity, eventually left to start a for-profit startup called Netscape Corporation to compete against his own old product. This is where we go private. You see, with the internet's torrid growth, it started to dawn on people that NSFNet was real. And with that, its status as a government-owned entity started to make people, as well as the NSF itself, a bit uncomfortable. NSF allowed commercial companies to connect to the backbone. But because Congress did not initially want companies to make money off of NSFNet, and NSFNet also, well, the National Science Foundation itself also did not want to police content like email, especially because so many of them were using it to traffic in human child sex porn. Well, let's put it this way. NSF restrained what commercial activities can be conducted on its backbone. This became an issue as the internet's commercial value started to emerge. In 1992, NSFNet completed another speed upgrade to its backbone. It now handled 10 times more traffic than it did the prior year. Internet use grew at a fiery 15% a month. At around 10 million or so users, the internet size hit escape velocity, particularly in the case of email. In the past, an email sent to someone on like CompuServe or ARPANET could only reach another user on that same network. But now, with the internet's size and an open, broadly accepted email protocol called Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, or SMTP, emails sent to recipients over the internet were likely to actually reach them. This was very commercially valuable and only further incentivized networks, colloquially called Internet Service Providers, to connect to NSFNet, which in turn applied further pressure on NSFNet to accommodate all their requests. Though talks about privatization date back to 1990, it was in 1992 that NSF had to do something. The internet was no longer a networking tool for scientific research. Contemporary estimates said that less than a third of its users were researchers. Thus, over the next 3 years, NSF slowly privatized the internet. They loosened the restrictions on commercial traffic. The single NSFNet backbone was restructured to multiple interconnected backbones operated by commercial providers. This was completed surprisingly quickly and seamlessly. In April of 1995, NSF completed its privatization and shut down NSFNet. The entire transfer to private hands went off without a hitch, exactly as Michael Aquino intended. And his Frankenstein's monster, which once traded child porn among the feds, now trades it for everybody and spreads his egregores of chaos and the anti-gods in the form of Lovecraft Entertainment as your new religion out of cyberspace, from which he, from beyond the grave, can dig between your ears and insert himself into that inner space of your very mind. Now, I got so caught up in internet frenzy throughout this arc of narrative that I almost forgot whatever happened to the Japanese supercomputer project. You know, what kicked all this off and led to the spread of Cthulhu religion and the faith of the Edomites and belief in the anti-gods to bring you all down in the final descent beneath and beyond damnation. Did America successfully halt the Japanese supercomputer incursion? The project itself went along as scheduled. It came in a bit under budget, actually, and its findings contributed to all of humanity's understandings of computation. However, measured by patents, published papers, and commercial products, the supercomputer project underperformed. Exempli gratiae, Josephson Junction's Japan's efforts, or Jesus Junction's via Japanese efforts, improved on IBM's by introducing niobium-based junctions that were far more manufacturable than IBM's lead-based shit, but still not usable for a real computer. Fujitsu eventually produced a 16-bit SRAM, or the short random access memory, with their own HEMT design, HEMT. And the leanings, or should I say the learnings, they were good enough to motivate Hitachi and NEC to continue working on it after the project ended. But again, it was not used in any supercomputer. MITAI, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, eventually, which is, by the way, the fascist body of government that controls and coordinates the commercial enterprises or the industrial productivity of all of Japan's corporate shogunacy, eventually held up supercomputers like the NEC SX3, a 22 gigaflop beast that released in 1990 as proof that the supercomputer project achieved its goals. But that computer used traditional silicon CMOS to achieve those speeds. And for those of you who don't know, of course, again, I myself haven't used these acronyms in what feels like generations. That's a complementary metal oxide semiconductor, the CMOS. It refers to a low-power semiconductor technology used in various electronics, most commonly known for the small chip on motherboards storing the BIOS, or the BIOS settings of time, date, and configuration powered by a battery, and CMOS image sensors that convert light into digital images in cameras. Of course, it's fundamental for digital logic, enabling efficient, compact, and fast circuits in computers, smartphones, and digital cameras due to its symmetrical use of, I think it was called P-type and N-type transistors, resulting in low static power consumption. All, of course, admirable, but nothing necessarily revolutionary. So no, the project did not achieve its industrial goals. But it didn't have to. Fujitsu, Hitachi, and NEC took share from the American computer makers with what they already had. Responding to the threat, Washington, D.C. yet again exercised its trade leverage to try and force open Japanese markets to American supercomputers throughout the second half of the 1980s, and public pressure leaned on American entities to cancel any purchases of Japanese supercomputers. A well-publicized incident was in 1987, when MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, canceled their purchase of a Fujitsu supercomputer. Nevertheless, despite all that support, a Soviet-styled government sponsorship, in practice, America's independent supercomputer firms were all slowly whittled down by Japanese innovation in everything. Control Data's supercomputer subsidiary, ETA Systems, closed in 1989. Stephen Chen, the former star designer of the Cray XMP, founded a firm called Supercomputer Systems Incorporated with funding from IBM, and that closed shop in 1992. Cray itself attempted to enter new markets but failed. After losing key international contracts, they were acquired by Silicon Graphics in 1996 and pivoted to graphics. For all you Game Boys out there, masturbating over 3D hentai porn, imported from Japan no less. Few people noticed, to be honest. In 1995, Bill Gates writes and publishes the famous Internet Tidal Wave memo, which in my opinion marks the beginning of the Internet age. The gold rush had begun. Only now, the NVIDIA chip deal is a national security disaster waiting to happen. Trump's latest proposal will cede the United States' AI advantage. By selling the communist Chinese empire some of the most advanced United States hardware, Trump is voluntarily surrendering a widening strategic lead in artificial intelligence to Beijing. In September, the leader of the world's most valuable company lambasted China hawks for destroying the American dream. NVIDIA CEO, a communist Chinese traitor named Jensen Huang, has argued that to be tough on Red China was, in his own words, a badge of shame. It's not patriotic, not even a little bit. As tiny as my dick. Now, admittedly, I added that last phrase, but he may as well say that. His comments came after withering criticism over a proposed deal with the Trump maladministration to allow new semiconductor exports to communist China on the Asian mainland in exchange for a 15% kickback to the United States government that goes straight to Donald Trump's back pocket, and further weighs down his ass even more than his orange butt cheeks. Then on Monday, President Donald Trump announced that he would allow NVIDIA to export cutting-edge chips to the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, with capabilities at least a generation ahead of Red China's most advanced technologies, in exchange for an even higher kickback of 25% to himself personally. For Wang, the incentives are clear. Red China represents a $50 United States billion, nearly untapped market for NVIDIA that is likely key, Dietrichonic, Dietrich meaning skeleton key, to realizing investors' lofty expectations for his company's growth. Growth for the sake of growth, as unto a cancer cell. But selling advanced semiconductors to the United States' greatest adversary is national security malpractice, akin to FDR lend-leasing the Soviets nuclear technology during World War II. This is not company growth that aids our economy. This is unchecked growth, the unchecked growth of a cancer cell in metastasization. The endpoint of mutated late stage, I should say, end stage, nay, terminal stage capitalism. As Lenin said, the capitalists will sell us the rope with which we will hang them all. What's more, the deal is illegal under the United States Constitution's export clause, which explicitly prohibits taxes or duties on exports to foreign countries from any state. This is why the maladministration is still struggling to develop a legal mechanism to facilitate the H-20 deal Trump authorized earlier this year. NVIDIA, the only company with the standing to sue, seems happy to accept the growing, giving the American imperial government a large cut of the anticipated communist Chinese profits. When that ugly Soviet wall crashed down, we ticked ahead on the cosmological timeline. Cue the next wave of decades of paramilitary-style manhunts, raids, and drone strikes to bring down sleeper cells and desert-dwelling Al-Qaeda offshoots. Americans were fully rewired with a new common enemy, complete with a fresh collection of tropey antagonists. So who's next? Who will step in for the long-retired sneaky Soviets and Islamo-terrorists? My experience in the military intelligence occult complex may have colored my perspective, but the People's Republic of China will become the next great rival. If we pull our vibrating fingers back from the big red button for just a moment, it's evident the Greater Soviet Union threatened the very idea of the American way of life. The ideological tension between communism and democracy could heat up the newsprint just as much as a screeching missile. Arguably, the most chilling antagonists represent a rejection of cultural and political norms. The reviewer of this video monologue is likely to cherish, and more crucially, ones they believe are worth great sacrifice to protect. This tried and true clash of values is the foremost reason the monolithic communist Chinese superstate will now step in to the starring role of formidable foe. Yes, the Chinese Communist Party clearly broadcasts that spooky C word that had us children of the Cold War crouched under our desks. Yes, there's been no shortage of China bashing in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, which they intentionally unleashed. Now lift these heavy rocks and reveal the nests of writhing snakes underneath. The communist Chinese government has cracked down on pro-democracy protesters in Hong Kong, jailed journalists for criticizing the single-party state, and attempted to systematically smother Tibetan culture altogether. As a matter of national policy, the Chinese government has rounded up well over 1 million Muslim Uyghurs of Turkic Caucasoid ethnicity, white people, and locked them away in secret detention camps, where none of them have ever emerged. We can assume them all exterminated. And for a nation, nay, an empire, with a dark legacy of despicable personal health restrictions under the decades-long one-child policy that resulted in the mass infanticide of baby girls, it's no surprise Red China's recent handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Its mishandling and dissemination thereof as a biological weapon would include people dragged from their homes and thrown into vans by men in hazmat suits on their own home soil. One villager was even tied to a tree as punishment for violating quarantine to buy cigarettes, and burned by cigarettes until his skin fell off. Chinese authoritarianism offers a powerful antithesis to American democratic values. The Chinese Communist Party, as a faceless organ, in and of itself makes for an easy villain, but we shouldn't conflate the party with the people. What about those in China who bravely challenge their government's draconian policies? What about the bureaucrats who aren't chanting and punching the sky in the streets, but sitting quietly, questioning their party's Weltanschauung, or worldview, behind bare desks in bleak basements of government offices? Aha! Now, fellow scribes, we've got the ingredients for the moles, double agents, and a full range of shifting allegiances that makes what in professional nomenclature we call the spook show so terribly nuanced. The potential for deep social commentary aside, Red China's rapidly advancing military capability lends itself quite nicely to supercharged international incidents in the form of mid-air fighter jet dogfights, border skirmishes, and tense naval standoffs. Any way you crack the nut, China's advancements in science and technology, paired with its aggressive efforts to steal other nations' advancements, have American perceptions of China ever shifting. Back when Jean Le Coeur's George Smiley was hunting Soviet moles, Red China was still mostly an agrarian society, closed to Westerners. Now the People's Republic boasts the second largest economy and is predicted to surpass these United States by 2028. 12 of the world's top 10 largest corporations are Chinese. Red China's armed forces are already significantly larger than America's, as measured by active duty military personnel. And perhaps most importantly, the world's fastest growing social media site, mass media site, is the communist Chinese owned and policed TikTok. It's nearly impossible to assume that this rising competitor won't seduce writers of spy fiction. The question is, will such books ever be allowed to get published? Because unlike the Soviets, whose economy puttered away behind an iron curtain, the supermassive communist Chinese mass market is crucial to the American publishing and entertainment industries. The major trades and leading Hollywood studios are not courageous enough to produce any creative works that might ruffle mainland Chinese readers. And worse, any that they allow will simply be banned by the communist Chinese government. And while debates about Europe's flagging growth prospects have been ongoing at least since the turn of the century, the 2020s have lent them new urgency. Not only did Russia's invasion of Ukraine expose a dangerous dependence on imported energy, but a change of administration in these United States has forced Europeans to rethink how they will ensure their prosperity, security, and, yea, their very sovereignty throughout the future. Moreover, with America and Red China racing ahead in AI, widely assumed to be the next general-purpose technology, on par with the Internet, Europe's lack of dynamism has become a state of unlimited emergency, equal to that declared by my biological sire Adolf Hitler when he assumed power in 1933. We're back there again, with history repeating itself verbatim. We're at the beginning of the next World War against a European, it is Russian, an Asiatic, it is Chi-Com, synaxis of superpowers. Only this time, America has joined the bad guys. The problem is not just the commonly cited gap between per capita incomes in the European Union and these United States. It is that Europe has long been falling behind technologically, boasting few globally recognized leaders in the digital platform economy, AI, the new space race, and other sectors that will be central to competitiveness and security in the 21st century. Deeply dependent on advanced technologies made elsewhere, and unable to generate the growth needed to finance its strategic objectives and future liabilities. Europe is a textbook example of why creative destruction, the toppling of less productive firms by innovative new challengers, really matters. Forgo it, and moderately reduced growth prospects are only the start of your problems. For all its success as a trade and regulatory power, Europe will remain vulnerable unless it can unleash innovation at the same pace and scale as these United States, the Communist Chinese Empire, and others. Because AI has the potential to generate new knowledge and ideas, in addition to performing a wide range of services or traditional productive functions, it could be a doubly potent engine of the kind of creative destruction that ultimately drives growth over time. Frontier innovation becomes more important the closer an economy gets to the technological frontier. But while increasing R&D, or research and development investment, is necessary to generate breakthrough innovation, it is not sufficient. As stressed in the former European Central Bank President and Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi's report for the European Commission, the future of European competitiveness, the continent will remain stuck in mid-tech incremental innovation unless it maketh significant progress on three main fronts: removing all the barriers that stand in the way of achieving a fully integrated market for goods and services, creating an appropriate financial ecosystem to encourage long-term risk-taking by firms, starting with venture capital and institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and pushing for pro-innovation and competition-friendly industrial policy in key domains, Dietrichonic domains, master key domains such as the energy transition, defense and space, including AI and biotechnologies. Europe has not only avoided industrial policy under the pretext of implementing competition policy, but has also emphasized competition among incumbent firms within Europe while paying little attention to entry by newer players and to competition from outside Europe itself, starting with these United States and the Communist Chinese. Market entry by new innovative firms from the rest of the world is indeed the very essence of the creative destruction Europe needs to grow faster. In the early aughts, the zeros, the 2000s, or the opening decade of the 21st century and the third millennium, Giuseppe Nicoletti and Stefano Scarpetta Scarpieta of the OECD, one of the most important institutions, or NGOs, non-governmental institutions on the face of the earth, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, showed that while churn, that's the replacement of old, less efficient firms by new, innovative ones, churn, C-H-U-R-N, had played an important role or an important part in American imperial productivity growth, most productivity gains in Europe were occurring within existing firms. Many of Europe's current problems can be traced to this fundamental difference. At the root of it all, the basic axiomatic need, psychologically, socio-psychologically, for legacy, for heritage industrial branding. More generally, Europe needs to update its economic doctrine, which turned it into a regulatory giant and a budgetary dwarf. First, in implementing the Maastricht Treaty's limits on budget deficits, policymakers should no longer put growth-enhancing investments on the same footing as the various recurrent public spending programs, such as pensions and social benefits. Moreover, they should allow for industrial policies that are properly governed, in particular when these are designed to be pro-competition and pro-innovation. Lastly, Eurozone countries should be allowed to borrow collectively in order to invest in the new technological revolutions, as long as member states show discipline in managing their public spending frameworks. Fostering creative destruction and breakthrough innovation in Europe will also require complementary policies to help workers reallocate from lagging to more advanced sectors, and to compensate short-term losers from structural reforms. To that end, I have always advocated a Danish-style flexicurity model, where the state covers displaced workers' salaries while they pursue retraining and reemployment. An AI-driven industrial revolution demands nothing less. It was a European, specifically an Austrian, Joseph Schumpeter, who recognized the centrality of creative destruction to economic development. Today's Europeans must embrace it, but also make it inclusive and socially acceptable if they are to thrive in the years and decades ahead in the coldest peace you've ever seen that will make the Cold War look as unto nothing. Surrounded, bracketed as Europe and the Anglian Empire are by enemies across the Atlantic in these United States, and right across the horizon in the form of a new Mongol Empire, a Chinese-dominated Slavdom that threatens Europe with an eternal night under the darkness of totalitarian subversion and ultimately inversion into what Michael Aquino called the convolution or the corruption of the very essence from which the West evolved. We've still got a few hours to midnight, but let's see if we can bring someone else on. If Brendan Zogid has joined us, or feels like joining us, please do so. I appreciate the fact that he's been sending sigils to prevent us from being taken offline by another concerted or concentrated DDoS or directed denial of service attack. And again, obviously, these work in their own right, or we would have had one by now. All of this, of course, I think is something you'll never hear anywhere else. So, again, this cannot be done without your support. The people who listen to myself have an infinite supply of resources with which to suppress myself, but only you can make me known to the outside world. It's your war. You've got to fight it. If you cannot contribute, you must distribute. Spread the word that the son of Adolf Hitler is the only hope you fucking got in a world that's not being dismantled before your very eyes, but one that's already been destroyed. It will take a civil war to bring America back onto the side of right. And when that civil war is done, only through a Vulcan intervention that unites Taiwan and a reunited States, we can finally cultivate the space around the Earth, our core solar system, with the powers that would finally win that war against the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. A Formosa America, combining the Isla Formosa with the Confucianist America, a greater British Empire, the greater Japanese Empire, and a greater Germanic Union over Central Europe. Thus we can reverse all the horrors of the Second World War as perpetrated by Zion and its satraps in the form of the dictators at Yalta, Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin. Now, I don't know if I have the energy to go straight into the psychic espionage tonight, so we might call it off early with everything that I've been through. I think I've given you a good demonstration of why we're headed into a Cold War that's so cold it's a Fourth World War in effect. So by all means, well, Wednesday will be here before you know it. We can go back to psychic savants and the exploitation of their talents soon enough. You've already been given the context for the deployment of their specialty. We might as well get back to that on Wednesday night. Unless, of course, Brendan decides to join me right now. We can have a few more minutes of conversation. How about Aristides? Are you still awake? I'll be busy downloading some of these new images provided by dear Brendan, of course. And some of them are new. And either way, they're always welcome. And again, the invitation goes out. Heather said she wanted to come back on, but I guess it's too late because people go to sleep rather early in her residence, and that's understandable. Hopefully Vinny's doing just as well, and we'll come back on the show at some point to say hello. In interim, again, the call goes out. Whoever wishes to join, please do so. And I also have someone reaching out for, here we are, an attempt to start a conversation. So here we are. Let's check my messages and see if that brings me into my account. And if I log in here, see if it takes me to where I need to go. Messages. It says, looks like we're unable to load your messages at this time. Try again. Okay. So shout out to the young lady who contributed, who then tried to send me a private message. It doesn't seem to be uploading on, so I'm going to put my email in the chat and send it to me directly by email. Here we are. So let's get that email in there. If our man Aristides is awake, he can tell everybody good morning. And then maybe we can call it a night. Okay. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. Oh, you're awake, dear man. Go ahead and say your bit if you'd be so kind. gmail.com. Here we are. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. And so this goes to the young lady who's been trying to contact me. This is my direct email. Just send whatever you wish there. And don't try to talk to me through PayPal. I mean, geez, those guys try to take money for everything. They'll try and charge for that. Okay, so, dear Aristides, feel free to say good morning.
Good morning. I'm not too particularly awake, so do want to remind you to donate as often and as much as possible to the Douglas's PayPal, and the link is right there in the chat.
Thank you so much. And blessed be. Hopefully we'll get a chance to speak privately soon enough.
Yeah.
And all right. So you have yourself a great night, okay? And most blessed be thy slumber, and sweet be thy dreams.
All right.
Okay. Bye for now. All right. So everybody else listening, we're going to end the live stream, and let's do that. Here we are. We're going to press the end stream button, and join us on Wednesday, same time, same place. It'll be here before you know it. Okay. Ending stream, and with that, we're going to basically turn off